Welcome to 1988. If 1987 was the transitional year for the Famicom, shifting from its hyperactive boom to its stable middle age, 1988 is when the Famicom is settling down. The technology is in place, and we're really into the era that people think of when they think of 8-bit gaming. This year is going to bring us some games that had real-world political consequences, some beloved classics in new series, and the final big genre to debut on the Famicom. Games designed and programmed in the West become a thing on the Famicom, as those markets become a second boom for the Famicom publishers. And we're going to feel a bit of the squeeze as the Famicom's competitors become bigger. We've reached the plateau for this system, where it settles in and becomes the workhorse of the Japanese video game industry. And the end of the year in 1988 marks the halfway point of the Famicom's lifespan, though not nearly the halfway point for the games released. We've got a long year ahead of us in 1988, so let's get started. I found Family Circuit to be pretty frustrating to play. There's some pretty interesting ideas in it. There's some things that when you start the game up are fun, but it's also incredibly shallow. And on top of that, it winds up getting stretched a bit thin. That just makes those problems worse. And even though I walked away disappointed and annoyed, Family Circuit is well regarded in Japan. It even launched a small series for Namco. Family Circuit marks the return of Matsumoto Endo to Namco. The designer of Xevious and Tower of Druaga really wanted to make that Gundam game, and so left the company to found his own game company called Game Studio. He's still there. In fact, they just released that Wizard report about 2 weeks ago. It's just that Game Studio has begun developing games for Namco, and we're going to see a few more of those come up soon. Obviously, there is no story to Family Circuit. There is only racing. When you start up the game, you've got a menu, and the very top option is Settings. This isn't game settings, this is how you configure the car. First you choose the car's body type and color, and then you walk through 6 different mechanical changes that affect performance. Turbo pressure, gear ratio, engine brake, handling, brakes, and tires. The better performing options are at the top, the worst performing options are at the bottom. Now I've read that the high performance options are at more risk of breaking down, but that really only affects one gameplay mode. If you select all top end parts, the car is much faster and more difficult to control due to that. But it's also necessary to use a car in that configuration to beat the higher difficulty levels. If you choose the slower parts, you could easily wind up with a car that can only win at the easiest levels. Once you've made your car, you get a password. This is solely for quickly loading in the configuration that you want. You can't save your progress in a championship series, or when you're doing an endurance race. And that becomes a serious problem. The second option in the main menu lets you select any race in the game and just practice it. The third option is the Championship Series. There's 4 difficulty levels, and they determine which drivers you're facing and how many races you have to complete. At the highest difficulty level, you have to complete 16 races, a process that takes over 2 hours. When the race starts up, you have to qualify first. The controls are simple. A is accelerate, B is brake, and you hit left and right to steer. The courses you're qualifying on are all based on real-world racetracks, but they only scroll vertically, rather similar to Endo's Xevious. If you really wanted to, you can go off-road in some areas and explore. You'll just find that the whole thing loops after about 2 screens. Once you've completed a qualifying lap, it's time to race against other drivers. And here's where Family Circuit's biggest problem hits. You cannot interact with those drivers at all. They are essentially ghosts playing back previous laps. So there's no jockeying for position or cutting anyone off. It's essentially you racing against the clock. It's especially bad on longer races or when you've got a very fast car, because you just won't see anybody after you start the race. It makes the game feel bland. Most of the time it's just you and the road. Obviously, if you run into a barrier at high speed, you'll crash, and that has a good chance of putting you out of the race permanently. On the qualifying run, you can choose to restart at the pit, though you're guaranteed a last place position in the race. If it happens during a race, you're just retired from it and get 0 points for the race. You get points based on what position you finish the race in, and the scores at the end of the season determine who wins. So crashing out in one race isn't necessarily the end. Back at the main menu, the next option is the endurance race. And here you have to complete 50 laps of a track that you select. This is the mode where pitting matters. You can run out of fuel, and there's also tire wear. Worse, your car can develop mechanical problems, and you'll have to pit to have those repaired before they cause your car to break down entirely. The problem with this mode is that some of the longer tracks take over 2 minutes to complete a lap. That is a very long time to run one race where you're not interacting with anybody. The final option from the main menu is to just pit the computer against itself. The other racers in the game are very loosely based on real-world F1 racers, similar to how Namco used real-world baseball players in the Family Stadium series and real-world tennis players in Family Tennis. I couldn't find any details if the ghosts are trying to represent their actual lap times on those real-world courses, though. With 40 tracks, there's a lot of content in Family Circuit, but having a lot of something that's effectively identical doesn't really make it better. Family Circuit really needed something more, whether it's more trade-offs in tuning the car, or more ways to interact with drivers, or even more varieties of graphics. I was bored of the same green fields by the time I reached the end of my play session. I can only imagine how bad it would be if I wanted to play the full 2-hour endurance races. The positive side of things here is that the sequels are better, and we're going to get one of them on the Famicom, though we won't see it for quite a while. Are murder mystery adventure games the absolute worst genre for my format? Almost definitely. If I was willing to play for 20 hours, I could muddle through, but I don't have the time for that, so I have to use a walkthrough and just follow all the commands. And in the case of Satsui no Kaisou, it's a very limited adventure game. The story is that you're Kido Kashihara, a rookie police detective, and you get a call one morning that one of your college buddies has been found dead at the bottom of a cliff. The police are assuming suicide, but with a little bit of investigation, you figure out that it must have been murder. Your boss doesn't want you on the case, so you have 3 days to figure out who killed your friend. Your friend was a game programmer who made murder mystery games, which marks the second murder mystery game in a row where we've had that as a character. The suspects are all at his workplace, PowerSoft, a dystopian nightmare of a development company where everyone lives in the office. That office is where most of the game takes place. You move from room to room, interviewing suspects, examining evidence, and trying to get to the bottom of things. Satsui no Kaisou is regarded as the most difficult of the Famicom murder mystery adventure games. Part of that is due to it being a twisty tale, but it's mainly because you're working under a time limit. Every action you take, every question you ask, every item you examine takes 3 minutes of time. You arrive at PowerSoft in the morning and have to leave in the evening. Your investigation has to be pretty efficient to get the best ending. Speaking of which, I'm not sure if it's the fact that I've read too many mysteries, or that Famicom mystery game writers aren't very good, but I always seem to pick out who the killer is immediately. And this one was no different. I'm not going to reveal the killer in this video, but I really don't think I was being a super genius to figure this one out. Of course, even if you know who killed your buddy, you still have to find evidence. As you start to uncover the truth, more murders begin occurring at the software company. like this guy crushed beneath his AV equipment as Minky Momo watches on. I can't really describe the interface in this one because it keeps changing. Menu options get added and removed all the time here. But, generally speaking, you can ask people in the room about someone, investigate things in the room, show off some evidence, try to use things, or go to another location. For some reason, in Satsui no Kaisou, the B button is select and A button is cancel, which is the reverse of most menus in a Famicom game. There were a lot of development companies on this one. MGP designed the characters and was responsible for the broad strokes of the mystery. Hyperware, which was founded by the people who made Heiankyo Alien while in college, programmed the engine. HAL did the scripting, and HAL and Hyperware were responsible for writing out most of the text. A sequel was planned, but apparently the game did not sell well on release. On the other hand, in Japan it's pretty well regarded as one of the better Famicom adventure games. One more thing about Satsui no Kaisou. The game uses a battery save. You can only save in between days though, so it feels a bit like overkill in this game. The most significant thing I noticed in the game was just the sheer quantity of topics to discuss with people. Trying to fully question everyone and explore every area will make you run out of time really fast. There's a lot of text in this game, maybe the most we've had in any Famicom game so far. But the downside here is that the game looks really primitive, and being confined to that one office that everyone lives in is really constricting. That said, I get why people remember this game. More than other adventure games so far, it feels like it's putting you in the shoes of a detective. Of the mystery adventures we've seen so far, this is the one that I would put effort into actually trying to play through. Konami Wai Wai World is one of the games that made me want to collect Famicom stuff. All of those Konami characters jammed into a single game, and it never came out in the US? I absolutely wanted that. Unfortunately, Konami Wai Wai World didn't live up to my expectations. There are a lot of rough edges to this game. And while it's not bad, it's also not up to Konami's usual high standards. The YY in the title is onomatopoeia for the sound of a bolsterous crowd. I felt that Konami Watermelon World just made things even more confusing, so YY World it is. The concept of the game is that 6 of Konami's most popular characters have been kidnapped and imprisoned in their own worlds. Dr. Cinnamon, the creator of Twinbee, has recruited Konami Man and Konami Woman to go rescue them. You start out in Dr. Cinnamon's lab, and you have to walk in front of a door and press down to enter it. Door 1 is Dr. Cinnamon himself, who will heal you. Door 3 is where you go once you've rescued everyone and feel like you're prepared for the final stage. And Door 2 is where you access all of the worlds. Each world is based on a Konami game and has its main character imprisoned somewhere in it. You can go to a harbor with a cavern underneath it from Goonies to rescue Mikey, feudal Japan to rescue Goemon, the depths of hell in order to rescue Fuma from Getsu Fumaden. Simon Belmont is being held in Dracula's castle, Castlevania. New York City, which has been overrun with robots in order to save King Kong from King Kong 2. And finally, you can find one of the Moai heads from Gradius on Easter Island. While you can select any stage that you like first, the entrances to 3 of the stages require that you have a specific character. So at the start, you have to choose between Mikey, Goemon, and Simon. Within the stages, you can wander freely. The maps aren't too complicated though. Generally speaking, there will be a branch and it will dead end pretty quickly. In every stage, you first need to find a key. Those are often guarded by bosses. With the key in hand, you can rescue the hero. They'll be locked up somewhere on the level, often behind another boss, and you have to walk in front of their cage and press down to release them. Once you've saved a character, then you can use them. You press up and A to rotate through the cast. All of the characters have special abilities that they can use. Mikey is small and can fit into some tight gaps. Goemon can open the chests that you'll find scattered about stages. Those chests contain health refills. King Kong has a higher jump, as does Moai. And Fuma can smash some bricks that block your path. As for Simon, well, he's got a whip. You'll also find extra power-ups around the levels. Every character has a sub-weapon that they can gain. And there are permanent health, attack, and defense power-ups that apply to the whole crew. These power-ups are often placed in a way that requires that you use someone's special ability or an extra power-up to reach them. Something to keep in mind about collecting those special weapons: characters can only collect their special weapon. So only Mikey can pick up the slingshot, for example. To activate their special weapon, press down and hit A. Then when you attack by pressing B, you'll shoot a projectile. Using that ability costs 1 bullet, though. Every character has their own life bar in Wai Wai World, and if that runs out, then they die. If your whole team runs out, it's game over. You can continue, but only Konami Man and Konami Woman get revived. To bring back anyone else, you have to go talk to Dr. Cinnamon, and he'll send you to speak to his brother Simon. Yes, there are 2 Simons in the game, but one is Simon, and the other is Shimon. Apparently, Shimon is the Castlevania guy. But that's really confusing, so he's just Simon for me. Anyway, revival of a character costs 100 bullets. There's a real problem in Wai Wai World that enemies often do enormous damage to you. We're talking third to a half of your life bar in one hit. So if you're in trouble, you could wind up dead before you know it. Or worse, you could be switching away from an injured character and land on another injured character who dies anyways. That has a bad tendency to result in situations where you have to go around grinding up bullets to recover from a game over. You could get pretty deep into a level and then just get chewed up by a boss, and that's it. And the bosses bring me to a really strange problem with Wai Wai World. Everything respawns, and those respawns are based on screen position. So you can kill Dracula in Castlevania, walk a couple screens away and come back, and there he is again. Some of the bosses look pretty cool, but they don't feel very special when they're just normal enemies in the game. And that constant stream of respawning can be a real headache. It's a quirk you saw in a lot of Konami games, and in Wai Wai World it feels especially annoying. This problem is compounded because once you rescue a character, you don't go back to Dr. Cinnamon's lab. You have to walk back through the whole stage. On the positive side of things, you can get a password from Dr. Cinnamon so that you can continue later on. Wai Wai World is a pretty long game if you're not following a guide, so you'll probably need that password. Konami Wai Wai World is interesting in that it's the first crossover game where a whole bunch of game characters are mashed together. And since it's a Konami game, it both looks great and has incredible music. But I often found myself getting frustrated while playing. Some of that was due to me having limited time and not being able to go back and collect some extra items. But a lot of it had to do with being put in situations all the time where I couldn't avoid getting hit. This is a very ambitious game that just can't quite live up to the standard of mashing together 9 of the best 8-bit games so far. This is a game where you'll go, yeah, this is kind of cool, and then as you play it a bit more, it just wears you down. Konami Wai Wai World got a sequel, and it stripped out the action-adventure exploration elements of this one for more straightforward action, and I think that it's a better game for it. And so we begin 1988, with no releases for a full month after the previous one. If you just look at quantity of releases, 1988 doesn't seem that much worse than 1987. The new year will bring 54 releases compared to 69 the year before, but the raw numbers are concealing some deeper problems. The year brought a new marketing push for the Famicom Disk System. Its new slogan was, "The more you play it, the more you learn about it." Don't know why that didn't sell the FDS to people. You might remember how the Disk System's launch had a lot of re-releases of early Nintendo titles. Well, those are coming back. We'll have 9 games that are basically re-releases, though a couple of them do get updates. And half the games published for the Famicom Disk System in 1988 come from just 3 companies. We'll also start seeing a small trend of publishers developing games for the US market and then releasing the ones that they don't think will do well in Japan on the Disk System. And right here we have a case in point with ice hockey. A final Nintendo game where the title is just a sport. They'll have to add Mario to those titles if they want something in the future. Hockey is a game without a strong following in Japan. There's so few professional teams that the Japanese league actually disbanded, and the teams were integrated into a Pan-Asian league. And there's never been a hockey boom period in Japan, like soccer, baseball, and even basketball have enjoyed. So ice hockey wasn't a game made for the Japanese market. Ice hockey isn't really a proper simulation of hockey. Or maybe both teams got penalties right at the start of the game, and so they can each only have 4 men plus the goalie on the ice. But that said, stripping it down like this makes it work really well on this console. Ice hockey is the first single-sided floppy game we've seen in quite a while. So this is a small game running on tech that's already underpowered by 1988, and it still plays pretty well. When you start, you get your pick of 6 teams, which just changes what color you're playing as, and you can choose how fast the game plays and how long a period is. The speed is not a difficulty setting. Okay, I guess it's harder to play when the speed is cranked all the way up, but it's not intended as a difficulty setting. The first team that you play against will always have the same level of skill, and then after you beat them and select your next opponent from the remaining teams, they're a little bit better, and so on until you've defeated all of the teams. Once you've selected your team speed and duration, then you get to the real innovation of ice hockey, selecting your players. And rather than having a bunch of stats where it's not really clear what effect they're having, if any, ice hockey breaks this down into a simple 3 options. Are your guys big and brawny, tiny and fast, or somewhere in between? For the 4 members of your team that will be skating around the rink, you pick one of those 3 options. Though they're not really 100% balanced. The skinny guys can move that puck all over the place, but that's the only thing they're good for. They'll have a hard time making a goal unless you're playing against another human player who you can fake out, so you'll need them to pass to another player. You do that by pressing the A button, which also cycles which player you're controlling. The big guys are all about power. They might move slowly, but they can knock over other players just by bumping into them. And when it comes time to shoot, they shoot harder and faster. You shoot by pressing the B button, and you can hold that down for a stronger shot. You can also tap B for a fake out, which the computer AI tends to fall for a lot. So between their ability to bully their way around the rink, and the extra power they can put into getting goals, the big guys are generally a better option for your team. Which isn't to say that they're invincible. If you skate up to one who has the puck and mash the B button, there's a good chance that even a little guy could knock them over and take the puck. A team of 4 burly men is going to do better than a team of 4 skinny guys, but they're still going to be outperformed by a balanced team. Well, balanced in the sense that there's a mixture of players, not balanced in the sense that all 4 players are average. Just like real hockey, there's 3 periods, and at the end of the second period, some guys in hockey masks come out to Zamboni the ice. Every sports game has to have some kind of cutscene at this point. The game has penalties, but the only one I ever see is icing, which is mysterious if you're not a fan of hockey, but all it means is that someone on the opposing team shot the puck and it wound up behind the goal. You can also get a penalty for fighting, which will remove a man from your team for 2 minutes, but this is pretty rare and hard to trigger. I spent this entire match trying to beat up other players, and it just never occurred. When there's a face-off on the ice, you can press a direction on the control pad to swap the positions of players. That'll change who's actually in the face-off, as well as if they're playing up or down or forward or back. Not necessarily the most useful of options, but it gives you a little something more to work with. If the game is a tie at the end of all 3 periods, then you get into a penalty shootout where your ability to control the goalie is put to the test. When you're playing, you always have control over the goalie, moving them up and down and a little bit back and forth. At least in situations where once the puck gets kind of close to your goal, you need to ignore the rest of your team and just concentrate on steering the goalie around. Now, even though ice hockey isn't a popular sport in Japan, Nintendo's ice hockey is relatively popular there. Or at least fans of 8-bit gaming point to it as one of the best sports games of the era. And yes, this is pretty good. I think it works better when you're playing with another human, just like most sports games. As I mentioned, the AI is very prone to getting beaten by fake-outs. This is a game where the action is fast, doesn't really slow up, and there's just enough variation to keep players on their toes. You could even handicap yourself by taking a lot of skinny guys if you're playing against someone who's not as good. Nintendo's ice hockey was a swan song to that era of Nintendo sports games, and it was a pretty good one. A summary of everyone's experience playing Sukeban Deka III over the past 20 years would be loading it up in an emulator, playing for 3 minutes, going, wow, this is pretty bad, and then never looking at it again. One of the primary tasks of Famidaily is showing how you can't just judge these games from 2 minutes of poking at them and then walking away. You actually need to be able to understand them, get into the systems that aren't readily apparent. And if you do that with Sukeban Deka III, you'll discover that it's much, much worse than that first impression. We've got a lot to unpack before we even get to the game with this one. A Sukeban is the head of a gang of girl delinquents. You might recall that in the 1980s, Japan decided that they were having a juvenile delinquency crisis. This was due to things like teenagers wanting to hang out instead of study, or deciding to wear flashier clothes. The moral panic was especially absurd in this case, and one of the consequences of it was that these groups formed the backbone of Japanese counterculture in the 1980s. And that led to them being the heroes in a lot of popular, but more, shall we say, low-brow entertainment. Naturally, it wasn't just teenage boys getting into this. There were plenty of girls, too. These girl gangs formed the protagonists of the Sukeban Deka series, which found the renegade teens acting as detectives. The game is Sukeban Deka III because it's based on the third Sukeban Deka series. That series was about the 3 Kazama sisters, Yuka, Yuma, and Yui. If you're familiar at all with Sukeban Deka in the US, it's probably through the animated version, which was based on a different Sukeban Deka. When you start this game, you're given your choice of which of the 3 sisters you want to play as. You're able to switch between them freely while you play, too. Yuka attacks by throwing metallic origami cranes, and she can gain the ability to float over some obstacles. Yuma throws her knitting needles to attack, and her unique ability is that she can light up dark areas for a brief time. Yui is the leader of the trio, and she has the series' signature weapon, the Killer Yo-Yo. Her unique ability is that she has a phone card. Seriously. The game is an action RPG, so you'll gain levels by defeating enemies. And as you gain levels, you'll also unlock special ninja abilities. Like you can stun enemies for a short period. You set out on your quest to rid the world of an evil organization in an overhead city map where you can freely roam around. And here's where the troubles start. Enemies continuously spawn in at the edge of the screen. They really never stop, and as soon as you kill one or one wanders off somehow, another one spawns in. The B button throws out your attack, and the A button jumps. Yes, it is an overhead view. No, that jump makes absolutely no sense. You're only hurt by enemies if their attacks hit you, so you can touch them all you like. As long as they're not throwing a star or swinging a mace around, you'll be fine. Throughout the city there are phone booths that you can talk to get hints. Well, Yui can talk to them. She's the one with the phone card. They're really not necessary, though. As you start to fight, you're going to discover the next major problem. There's no health recovery drops, and advancing to the next stage doesn't even heal you. There are exactly 3 ways to recover health in Sukeban Deka III, and they're all bad. First, you can level up, in which case you gain exactly as many hit points as your maximum increase. Second, when you reach level 13, you gain a ninja ability where you can heal yourself. It heals you back to 50 hit points. At level 13, your maximum is about 80 hit points. Oh, and that healing ability is very expensive to use, and there's no way to recover ninja magic points. The third and final option is this item. It heals back 10 hit points if you die. Only one sister can carry the scroll, so if one of the other 2 die, you're out of luck. Of course, if one of the sisters dies, you're already out of luck. The game is uncompletable unless all 3 of them are alive. The good news is, you can get a password at any time to help you mitigate this. Anytime you hit start and choose one of the sisters, you see a password before you go to the status screen. Yes, that whole thing is the password. All 73 characters of it. That status screen, by the way, is where you choose to use your ninja abilities, but it doesn't actually use them. You have to select the ability, then press A, make sure that the cost was deducted, then hit start to return to the gameplay, then hold down B, and finally hit A to activate the ability. On the first stage, you have to use Yuka's levitation ability to go over this water. There's no sign that there's anything on the other side, and none of the hints tell you to do it. You just have to do it on your own. But touching any water on this stage is fatal, including the small fountains you see dotted around the area. If you cross the river and then go to the southwest corner of the map, you'll advance to stage 2. And now it's a side-scrolling game. This makes a little bit more sense, but it still plays terribly. One thing that's consistent across all the levels, whenever it switches the type of enemies you're facing, the game freezes for about 5 seconds. On the second stage, you'll start encountering bosses. You just have to stop and hit these guys for a little while before you're allowed to continue. Making it to the end of the forest takes you to some caverns where you're again in an overhead stage. There's no sprawling map with absolutely nothing in it like on the first level. Just keep walking to the right until you reach the end. That'll drop you into some side-scrolling caverns that are dark. Yuma can light these up, and her ability lasts for about 10 seconds. And remember, there's no way to recover the magic that you use when you cast that. You might as well just go around playing this stage in the dark. That's as far as I got, and frankly, it's amazing I made it that far. There's so many other things wrong with this game, like the item that you pick up that has absolutely no use, or the randomly falling objects that will be just draining away your life. Sukeban Deka III is remembered in Japan as being one of the absolute worst games for the system, and I really can't argue that. In a bit of serendipity, Sukeban Deka III was so bad, it killed the Sukeban Deka franchise. It wasn't the game. Well, not just the game. The television show was also a massive bomb. That said, if you like tough girls throwing yo-yos as weapons, there was a Sukeban Deka II game that was released, but it's only for the Sega Mark III. Sunsoft doesn't have the best reputation on the Famicom up to this point. They finally started to turn things around with their port of Fantasy Zone, but that's a Sega game. Could they make their own games that are good? Well, here's Ripple Island to tell us that yes they can. I had actually never put in my copy before recording this video. It had arrived in the same bundle of games as Exciting Boxing a little bit more than a month ago now, so I hadn't had time to really try it out. And admittedly, recording footage while following a walkthrough isn't the best way to enjoy a game. But it was still obvious to me just how special Ripple Island was. The story is that on a tiny island, people live in harmony with animals. But one day the Dark Emperor Geru arrived. He kidnapped the princess of the island, and the king offered her hand in marriage to anyone who could save her. Kyle's a young boy who sets out on this fairy tale adventure. On the way, he'll have to befriend the animals of the island, get the help of a girl whose home was destroyed by the Dark Emperor, cross a treacherous mountain, and finally confront the Emperor himself. Let's get this out of the way first. The visuals and music in Ripple Island are absolutely incredible. Okay, it helps that most of the visuals are static, but there's a wonderful sense of design in this game. If you like 8-bit drawings of cute animals, Ripple Island is the game for you. The interface in Ripple Island is much more streamlined than we've seen in previous adventure games. The icons are move, look, speak, pick up, use, enter, hit, push, and password. There is no separate continue screen in Ripple Island, so you can just go to password whenever you like and get a password, or enter a different password there. The story of Ripple Island is divided up into 5 acts. First, you have to get in to meet the king. Your way is blocked by a stoat, though, so you'll have to wander around the area getting some help from other animals. And in particular, you have to meet this girl who will act as your sidekick throughout the adventure. Once you manage to get into the castle and meet the king, the next couple of acts are based around getting talismans that will help you defeat the Dark Emperor. The second act has one of the things that people like the least in the game. There's some nuts and berries that you'll have to find to give to different animals that there's no real hint on how to locate. You just have to check every bush and tree until you find them. The third act is in the high mountains, and here you have the only timing-based puzzle in the game. You have to move fast when an avalanche starts. Once you're across the mountain, then you have to make your way through a maze-like cave system. Reach the end and repair the boat there, and you can go into the final act of Geru's fortress. One of my biggest disappointments in the game was that the final confrontation with Geru was just a cutscene. You complete the previous puzzle, which doesn't seem to be connected to anything, and then entering the Dark Emperor's room starts a very long cutscene. There's actually multiple endings to Ripple Island. If you fail to solve one puzzle, you'll get a bad ending, and then 2 endings depend on your choice after you defeat the Dark Emperor. Ripple Island is a very short game, and I don't just mean that you can complete it fast by following a walkthrough. I'd estimate that if you had to brute force all of the solutions, you'd still probably complete it in about 3 hours. The areas that you're in for each of the acts is pretty small, roughly a dozen locations, so searching everything is not a time-consuming task. But just because it's short doesn't mean it's not enjoyable. I mean, have you seen how cute these animals are? In Japan, Ripple Island is a bit of a cult classic. It's not on anybody's list of their favorite games, but there's a lot of people who call it out as a masterpiece. That has made Ripple Island a little bit expensive. You can expect to pay about $20 to $30 for a copy if you find one. And I had a surprisingly difficult time locating a copy at any of my sources for cheaper Famicom games. Ripple Island is a delightful game, and it's one of the better surprises I've had while doing Famidaily. I always thought it looked charming, and playing it confirmed that for me.
Capcom only provided 3 games for the Famicom Disk System, and seeing them show up right now is a breath of fresh air. Though it does feel like the Disk System is where Capcom has decided to put all of their shoot-'em-ups. Gun.Smoke was one of the most successful television shows of all time, actually starting as a radio show and then running for a full 20 seasons once it transitioned to TV. It was a western about the travails of Marshal Matt Dillon and the adventures he had in Dodge City. And Gun.Smoke the game has no relation to it. Capcom just decided to use the same name because it was already familiar to people. They added a dot to the middle of it to try to dodge any trademark infringement claims. Without derailing this too far into intellectual property law, it's pretty dubious that that would have worked if they'd gotten into court. Trademarks are all about preventing confusion, and I know that as a child, I definitely thought the video game was related to the TV show. It's notable that in Capcom's most recent arcade collections, they've been a little trademark shy, using Japanese titles for some games where there's potential legal complications, and you'll find that they've changed the title screen for the Gun.Smoke arcade game, which was in English even in Japan, to use only Japanese characters. As for the Disk System port of Gun.Smoke, well, naturally they changed a lot, and I'm not just talking about the graphics. As has become almost traditional at this point, Capcom has added hidden items that you're almost required to find, as well as shops where you can spend your points to buy power-ups. The biggest difference, and it's not a good one, is that Gun.Smoke's 6 stages now loop endlessly. You're always marching toward the top of the screen, and if you get to the very end of that, well then you're back at the beginning. The way you stop this is by finding or buying the wanted poster. On every stage your goal is to kill someone, usually a criminal, but one of the stages is a little bit more iffy, and if you don't have that poster in hand when you reach the end of the stage, then that's what causes the loop. The poster is invisibly hidden somewhere on every stage. If you shoot just the right spot, it'll appear. Or alternatively, you can talk to one of the 2 shopkeepers on every stage, and one of them will offer to sell you the wanted poster. Of course, the wanted poster is extremely expensive, so if you have to purchase it, you probably had to do 2 or 3 loops of the stage to get enough points to buy it. The controls in Gun.Smoke are a little unusual, but they're adapted directly from the arcade, and I think they wind up working pretty well. Pressing B fires slightly to the left, pressing A fires slightly to the right, and if you hit them both simultaneously, then you fire up. The arcade game has a 3rd button for this. The timing on that is not frame perfect. There seems to be a 2 or 3 frame window where you can hit the other button, and then you'll fire straight ahead. So this doesn't feel as bad as it could have. On the other hand, you're not really going to have auto-fire here, and this is a game that will wear out your fingers fast. So you'll definitely want to use something like the Hudson Joy Card with an auto-fire feature. Shooting open barrels will reveal power-ups, or in some cases, power-downs. The most common and important ones are the boots and rifles. These give you speed up and extend the range of your guns, and even the top speed isn't especially fast, so you'll want to maximize both. You lose 1 level of those when you die, which usually will happen after 1 hit, unless you have something special. The Cow Skull also reduces your boots and rifle level by 1, so you'll want to avoid those. Other things you can find in barrels are cash bags that will increase your score, POWs that destroy all of the enemies on the screen, and bullets. Bullets are important, but they don't show up until you purchase a gun. Yes, you start with 2 guns in your hand, but one of the 2 shopkeepers in every stage will sell weapons. And once you have one of those, then you have to get bullets to use with that weapon. That means not buying any other weapon is a legitimate strategy to boost your score. If you don't have any extra guns, then all of those bullets become cash bags. You use the weapon that you've purchased by pressing select, and then choosing it from the menu. When you're using a special weapon and you die though, you lose that weapon. On the other hand, any other weapons you have, you keep. You can get a shotgun that fires a spread shot. I actually don't find this one to be especially useful because it slows down your rate of fire a lot, and you have pretty good spread with your guns already. Next is the machine gun, though if you're using a rapid fire controller you won't need it. And then there's the Magnum, which does enormous damage. Surprisingly, it's not very useful against bosses because you're always restricted to 1 point of damage at a time with them, but a lot of enemies take multiple hits to defeat, and so if you can't focus rapid fire on them, then this is a good way to clear them out. Finally, there's the Smart Bomb, and this is the best weapon you can have. After you collect a bullet for the Smart Bomb, it has a maximum of 1 bullet, you can equip it, and then it seems like nothing happens. You just keep shooting like normal. The Smart Bomb kicks in when you get hit and would have died. Then it kills everyone else on the screen instead. You completely lose the Smart Bomb from your inventory in that case, but the Smart Bomb is essentially acting as an extra life. The Smart Bomb will get you out of a lot of tough situations. There's other items that you can find just sitting around, usually by shooting the correct spot. There are 2 different colors of Capcom's trademark Yashichi, that's the pinwheel symbol they put in a lot of games at this point. The red ones are extra lives, while the blue ones make you invincible for a short time. And on the first stage you can shoot open a barrel to find a horse. On all of the other stages you have to purchase it. The horse will soak up damage for you. It takes 3 hits before it goes down, and will blink on that last hit. That makes it another great way to avoid damage, though considerably pricier than that Smart Bomb. For the most part, the stages work pretty well, but there are 2 big exceptions. Starting with the easier one to talk about, Stage 5 takes place on a river, and you'll bounce up and down on the transition between land and water. That'll prevent you from shooting, and it's possible to get a bit stuck in that location. Unlike other terrain you could get stuck on, it won't kill you if the screen scrolls that far, but there's a good chance you've been killed by something else at that point. And then there's Stage 3. Stage 3 has you shooting your way through a Native American tribe. This is definitely a case of Capcom mimicking the media, but this really shouldn't have been here. This doesn't even have an excuse of being well-intended but poorly executed. Even in the late 80s this kind of thing felt backward, and from the point of view in 2024, I wouldn't blame someone if they said this spoiled the whole game for them. At least in the case of the ninjas on Stage 4, Capcom's just mixing in their own culture. If you manage to make it all the way through the end of Stage 6 and beat the boss, who you have to fight twice for some reason, then the game will show you an ending, and then it loops back to the beginning. It's a little bit harder, and then the game just keeps looping continuously like that. One extra challenge about Gun.Smoke for the disc system is that there are no continues. It's 3 lives and then you're done, unless you earn extra lives. Now that said, you can enter this cheat code at the Game Over screen and pick up from the stage that you died at, though you're back to no power-ups in that case. Japanese players seem to think pretty highly of this version of Gun.Smoke. I saw quite a few who called it better than the arcade, though I think I disagree there. That's a bit of a surprise since this is likely another case where this version was developed for the US. The US version was released simultaneously, has more music, and it's a bit friendlier to play. Capcom had to strip it back for the FDS release. My feeling on Gun.Smoke is that it's a lot of fun to play, but I really wish Stage 3 didn't exist. I'm not going to resolve the eternal argument of how do we engage with problematic media from the past. You're going to have to make up your own mind and draw the lines where you feel it's appropriate. I'll just say that in terms of raw gameplay, ignoring all of the concerns of the theme, Gun.Smoke is extremely good. It plays unlike any other shoot-'em-up out there, and I think it works really well. That said, it's not a game that I really want to go back to often.
There's something you need to be aware of right off the bat. This game does not star Ronald McDonald. I think if you look closely, you'll find that that's actually Donald McDonald. In Japan, the fast food mascot was renamed because Ronald's a little bit difficult for Japanese speakers. And that's why this game is Donald Land. Donald Land is a prime example of kusode. Not kusoge, kusode. That's the portmanteau that Japanese players have for kusoge, or crappy game, and deco, or Data East Company. It's for games that are deeply, deeply flawed, but still have a certain amount of charm to them. When I've played Donald Land before, my impression has always been, boy, this is a bad game. And now it's still, boy, this is a bad game. But I can see the promise in it. If its mechanics were implemented just a little bit better, maybe Donald Land would be good. It's so close that I could honestly say it wouldn't be a difficult hack to make this game good. The idea of Donald Land is that the Hamburglar is causing chaos throughout the country. He's abducted everyone's favorite characters, and Donald has to go out and rescue them. The game is an action platformer. Donald will have to run around, jump over obstacles, and throw his bombs to defeat enemies. The B button pulls out and throws a bomb, and that bomb has a lot of momentum. Donald's speed when you throw the bomb determines how far it will go. You can also press down to throw the bomb downward. This bomb-throwing inertia feels fine, but Donald Land isn't really designed for it. When you're moving fast and you throw a bomb, it tends to go off the screen. And when you're near the top of the screen and throw a bomb, it has a bad tendency to get stuck on the screen itself. Bombs don't detonate immediately when they hit something, so there's a good chance that if your bomb goes off the screen, it's done nothing. At least bombs tend to stick to enemies when they hit them. That mitigates some of the problems with throwing bombs. One of the strangest features of Donald Land is that you can ride on top of just about any object. So you can ride on top of enemies to reach new heights, and more importantly, you can jump on top of the bomb you've thrown. That technique is actually required to use in Donald Land. There's a lot of gaps that are impossible to jump without that technique, or are pixel perfect, so you will want to use it. Except it's really difficult to do. This hole at the start of Stage 2 is a perfect example of it. You almost have to use the bomb to get over the hole. Fortunately, there's a 1-up right at the start of the stage, but you will have to bomb jump to get up to that. There are 12 stages total in Donald Land, and stages 2 and 3 are the hardest stages in the game. They're long, require perfect jumps, and that includes using the bomb technique. You have a health bar. It starts at 3 and you can collect up to 5 hearts. And if you die at any point in the stage, you have to do the whole thing all over again. And on stages that require perfect movement, you're going to be going back to the start a lot. Fortunately, the game also offers infinite continues. And in the worst case scenario, there is a level skip code, though it's a little bit tricky to use. At the title screen, you have to press A, B, right, left, and then press and hold a button combination to select your level. While holding that down, you press up, and that skips you to the level you've chosen. If you look closely, the level select is a binary code, with each button on the controller being 1 bit. Level 2 and 3 had me stuck for around 15 minutes each, but I didn't even die on levels 9, 10, and 11. It's kind of odd that the last half of the game is horror-themed, too. I also encountered some bugs in Donald Land. Like here, the ship in the background was supposed to fire cannonballs, then I would ride the splashes over. It didn't trigger the first time I reached it, and so I wound up trying to cross with a bomb jump. The pickup system in Donald Land's just a little bit confusing. Getting the bomb means that you're allowed to throw 2 bombs at once. I actually didn't find that to be particularly useful. Donald's face gives you an extra life, and the heart gives you 1 life point, of course. The burgers are currency. At the end of the stage, you'll have 2 different shops that you visit, where you can purchase things. First, naturally, it's McDonald's. Buying food here will give you chances in the bonus game to earn extra things. Honestly, it's not worth it on this one. Except, if you buy a burger, fry, and shake, then you get a discount at all of the McDonald's after that. And that does make the bonus game worth it. After McDonald's and the bonus game, then you get the chance to just straight up buy power-ups. This is where I'd recommend spending your burgers, unless you're buying the whole combo. Statistically, everything costs far less in the second shop than buying the food item and gambling on the bonus game. If you had asked me halfway through my play session if Donald Land was worth trying, I would have gone no way. The difficulty is insane, and it just has too many other problems. But then that last half of the game was actually kind of chill and fun. Not top-tier material, but something you would get some enjoyment out of. So I guess that's a feel free to try Donald Land, but be willing to skip some stages if it comes down to it. Hole-in-One Professional is the third golf game on the Famicom. It's also Hal's fourth golf game on a Nintendo system. Hal made the original Famicom Golf, and then they made 2 sequels for Nintendo on the Famicom Disk System. Now that they're striking out on their own, it's only natural that they'd make their own golf game. And Hole-in-One Professional puts the professional in Famicom Golf. It's a bigger, more difficult version of the game, and a lot of the things that made golf accessible have been removed. Hal licensed professional golfer Jumbo Ozaki to endorse their game. Ozaki was the best Japanese player in the late 80s and into the 90s, though he didn't have much success internationally. In Japan, it was like getting Jack Nicklaus to endorse your golf game. When you start up the game, you're given your choice of stroke play, match play, or 2 different kinds of tournaments. Stroke is just the normal do 18 holes and try to get a low score game, while match has you competing against someone and trying to win each hole. The tournaments put you up against a whole field of competitors, and the length of the tournament tells you how many holes you'll be playing. Like all golf games we've seen so far, the interface is pretty simple. Press the A button to start your backswing, press the A button at the top of the backswing for your power, and press the A button again at the bottom of the swing to determine how you connect. This, unfortunately, is the biggest problem with the game. Rather than a meter that you can time, you have to time your inputs based on the picture of the golfer. And I never got the timing down. A complete swing only takes about half a second, and you have to get your button presses just right multiple times during that. So without a lot of practice, you're not going to be able to consistently drive the ball. It's even worse on the green where you can't tap in a ball. I press the button as fast as I can and the ball just skips right over the hole. So with Hole-in-One Professional's very steep learning curve, the obvious question is it worth trying to get into? Well, the rest of the game is excellent. The greens, for example, are way more contoured than we've seen in previous golf games. And the game offers 2 courses, so there's 36 holes. And a lot of the holes aren't really straightforward. Can you get through this bunker? Maybe, if you're really good. Otherwise, you're going to take the long way around. If you hit select, you'll bring up Jumbo Ozaki himself to give you some advice on the hole, though I don't think any of it was really that helpful. There's also multiple levels of zoom on the course. You have the big overview of the hole as you start up, a distant fairway view for when you're teeing off, a closer green approach view when you get up there, and of course the green itself. While playing the game, I noticed that the bunkers and the rough and the trees all had a pretty significant effect on the ball's path. Not being able to hit well with a wood means that you're going to be going pretty low over the trees and possibly get caught on this hole. And the rough has a variable result on the ball. While you're learning, that might be a bit frustrating, but it also means that you need to stay out of it. Hole-in-One Professional feels like it's the advanced sequel to the original Golf. It's similar, but it's also better in a lot of ways. The only problem I have with it is the elimination of that swing meter and how fast you have to react to not completely overpower the ball. I get what Hal was going for here. It's an attempt to make the interface more naturalistic. But it also made it difficult to use. Hal wound up making a sequel to this a couple years later as one of the very first Super Famicom games. And that one is one of my favorite golf video games of all time. This one I see as more of a necessary evolutionary step. It's very well regarded in Japan, but coming at it as a new player 35 years later, I don't think it's worth it to me to get good at the game in order to enjoy it. Paris-Dakar Rally Special is a game with a reputation. If you know the term kusoge, then you're probably aware of the game. The term is a Japanese portmanteau that basically means crap game, and Paris-Dakar Rally Special is one of the most infamous examples of it. It feels like they couldn't decide what kind of game to make, so they made all of them, and then they didn't make any of them good. It was developed by ISCO, who you might remember from such games as Transformers: Convoy no Nazo. I'd like to say that they've gotten better since then, but Paris-Dakar Rally Special is at about the same level. If you're not aware, the Paris-Dakar Rally is a race that is exactly what it says. Traditionally, it starts in Paris and ends in Dakar, though in some years circumstances have required that they run the race in completely different locations. And the big feature of the race is trying to make your way through the Sahara Desert. When you start the game up, it's an adventure game, and your first tasks are to get a sponsor, get some money, get a car, and get a partner. You can enter most of the buildings and ask people about these things, but the basics are the car club has to recommend you to a sponsor. The sponsor gives you a debit card but not a PIN, so you have to chase down some guys to get that. The bank gives you the money, which you then take to the store and buy a car. I chose the four-wheel drive because it's useful in later stages. In retrospect, I probably should have chosen the normal car. Then you go back to the auto club to take an exam in order to find your partner. For the exam, you have to press the A and the B buttons when they appear, and the quicker you do it, the better your partner is, and that means the better your car will handle. You might notice that the times don't actually cover the full range of possible times, so I actually don't know for sure if I got a B or a C rank with my time. When you have a partner, then it's time to start the rally. And that's the end of all the adventure game content in Paris-Dakar Rally Special. It consisted of just walking from building to building, and talking to people about the exact same 5 topics over and over again. It was totally unnecessary, and not very good. On to stage 1 of the rally, where we're actually racing. And this is the only stage where we will be racing. You have to press up on the controller to accelerate your car, and on this leg you mainly have to dodge other drivers and the barrels that are placed in the road. The hitboxes on the cars are iffy. It feels like it isn't necessarily centered on your car. And the result of that is as cars rush up from the bottom of the screen at you, which will happen a lot, that sometimes you'll get out of the way, and sometimes you'll get hit, and it's not always clear what the difference is between those two. You have 3 lives to complete the stage with, but there are infinite continues so you don't have to do the adventure game mode again. And the way that cars shift around and rush up at you makes this insanely difficult. It's an exercise in frustration where you'll just be hit over and over again, and it feels like there wasn't anything you could do about it. Keep an eye out for these G's on the ground. They give you additional gas. If you manage to eventually survive the first stage, you go to a bonus stage where you have to bounce your guy around on the car and collect G's and T's. The G's are additional gas, and the T is more time in the next stage. Stage 2 is an overhead view of some streets, and there's about 3 or 4 screens of different street layouts. The length of the course is about 100 screens. So you're going to be seeing the same layout over and over again. The left-hand side always has a straight channel up, but a truck often shoots up through it. You can press the A button to drop an oil slick, and any vehicle that collides with it will run backwards for a few seconds. If 2 vehicles touch it, the oil slick turns into a gas pickup. The worst part about this section is that turning corners requires some precision. If you're not exactly lined up with the corner, you'll get stuck there for a moment. Eventually you'll make it to the end of this, go through another bonus stage, And then it's time for the side-scrolling segment. Now this may look like a platformer, but it's not. Your car cannot jump. You can, however, fire bullets out the front of it when you press A. Use those to take out the small animals in front of you. Sometimes you'll find your car's path blocked by an obstacle. When you run up against those, you'll get out, and then you have to clear the obstacle before you can get back into your car. Now the A button jumps. But it doesn't jump consistently. How you jump depends on how long you've been moving. Not how fast you've been moving, how long you've been moving. You always seem to move at the same speed, but you have to move about 3 body lengths before you can get your full jump. Watch out for this jump here. You have to walk on the clouds to do it. Obviously, you just have to realize that you can walk on clouds for some reason. On this driving segment, the important thing is to keep moving forward. It's a long segment, and you'll run out of time if you wait for a good gap between obstacles. With that stage done, you do another side-scrolling stage almost identical to it. This one is crossing the ocean on a bridge. And here, if you fall into the water, you'll have to wait several seconds for your partner to get out of the car and lower a ladder to you. And that's where I stopped, because I don't hate myself enough to go on. I think at this point it's clear that nothing in this game plays well. The controls are terrible, and it's simultaneously frustrating enough to be annoying, and also repetitive enough to be boring. If you want to play a decent-ish Paris-Dakar rally game, Victory Run on the PC Engine is based on that race, though they didn't use the name, and it was released about a month before Paris-Dakar Rally Special. I can't say I'm fond of it, but it's better than this. Paris-Dakar Rally is a game that you challenge people to beat as a bet. It's one that you take on to prove that you can do it. It's not a game that you'd pick up and play to enjoy.
That is some cover, huh? There was this brief window of time where HAL was using models for their covers and advertisements. And while I think the one they did for Air Fortress looks pretty neat, this one does not. That guy has some giant hands and forearms. Firebam is the second collaboration between HAL Laboratory and Live Planning. Live Planning provided some assistance in game development, but shortly after this they changed their name to Kaze, and under that name they produced some interesting titles that you might have heard of, like Heiankyo Alien for the Game Boy, Habarenbo Tengu, and Tenjin Kaisen, or Mercenary Force. The plot of Firebam is that within the Empire of Melnibone, there was a village who was responsible for maintaining the fire that unfroze the continent of Hyboria. Some bug demons weren't very happy about this, so they kidnapped most of that village, scattering them throughout the worlds, and transformed the 2 village elders into monsters. Only the son of the elders, Bam, was left, which means it's his job to rebuild the village, defeat the insect demons, and save the fire. So I guess in this game, Elric and Conan are somewhere just over there, not doing anything while Bam has to fix the world. You start the game at your house, where you have your parents transformed into those monsters. Your mother restores your health to full, and your father will save the game. All of the text in Firebam is in English, so this is a very approachable game even if you don't speak Japanese. Firebam is played from a side view where B attacks and A jumps, and the very first thing you're going to notice when you start playing is that the movement is a little odd. Bam can run extremely fast, but it takes him a while to build up speed, and initially you can't jump very high unless you're running at full speed. You also can't turn around in the air at first. Now this isn't all bad. Bam walks around with his sword out in front of him, so he can just run into enemies and destroy them, assuming they're weak and aren't attacking. On the other hand, you can just hold down B and he'll auto-attack the entire time. It'll give you a little bit more coverage, and it's probably how you want to approach things. If you hit up an attack, you'll spin your weapon around in a circle, and of course you can crouch and attack. You start the game with a puny knife, a shield that barely blocks anything, and shoes that don't help at all. Naturally, you'll need to improve all of your equipment. For the most part, you'll be buying new things in shops, but at the start of the game, everybody's missing. So your very first task is to leave town and enter the forest through this door, and then look for the entrance to a dimensional corridor that leads to a boss. In the forest, you'll find 4 types of doors. The one with the animal face just goes back to your village. The ones with the closed eye symbol above them are shops, and the ones that are giant pillars with an orb above them are those dimensional corridors. Now there is an order that you are supposed to do things in, and if you do things out of order, there's a good chance you'll encounter something that's just too tough for you to take on. Unless you're following a guide, this is going to take a lot of trial and error for you. The dimensional corridors are high-speed auto-scrolling segments. The passage just zips by, and you have to make it a certain distance down these. Enemies pop out randomly, and it can be very difficult to do anything about them. And because you're always zipping along at high speed here, if you do manage to destroy an enemy, you're going to have a hard time collecting whatever they drop. Enemies can drop 3 different kinds of things. First, they can drop fire, which is the currency. And that comes in collections of 1, 3, or 10. If you get a pot with an R or an L on it, then you'll recover a bit of health. The pot with the A on it destroys all enemies on the screen, and B gives you a barrier that makes you invincible for a few seconds. If you manage to navigate far enough down that dimensional corridor and reach the boss, then you're in for a rather annoying fight. The biggest problem with Firebam is that the hitboxes for enemies is way larger than they appear on the screen. And if you get within that hitbox, say because the enemy moves on top of you, then you're pretty much stuck in place taking damage over and over again. Most bosses just charge in and sit on you, so that makes it considerably worse. On the other hand, if you're fighting the correct boss, they'll probably go down in only 3 or 4 hits. It's just connecting with those hits is easier said than done. If you defeat a boss, then they'll drop a really big pot, and that'll give you 100 fire plus extend your life bar. Defeating a boss causes the world to change, new people will appear in town, or the forest map could switch up. Something to be aware of is that you'll see spots where you've entered the dimensional corridor before, and there's another entrance there later. If you can re-enter it, then it's a different stage. Usually what you'll want to do after making progress is head right back to town so you can save at your house. And of course when those shops show up, you'll need to buy things. Something important to know about Firebam is that a lot of the equipment is useful at particular times, so you'll want to switch things in and out. I can get a big shield that will block almost any projectile, or I could get a smaller shield that will only block some, but it fires a weak long-range attack. Similarly, I can upgrade my starting dagger to a nice big sword. That one's much more effective if you let it sit out in front of you. Or I could use boomerangs that throw out and come back, but don't do as much damage. And the boots all have unique special effects. The only ones that I got let me jump higher so I didn't have to build up speed before making a good leap. There's also special items that offer some kind of ability that's used automatically, like wings that will let you turn around in a jump, or a potion that will recover health when your bar runs out. Grinding up money to afford all of that equipment can take a while, but it's not that tough, especially if you're exploring and trying things. If you continue after you get a game over, you still retain all of your money, so you're always making some progress. There's one more type of structure you can enter in the forest. If you enter the doors in the castle, then you go to a dungeon. And here you wander around freely, going up and down elevators, trying to find a path to a boss. There's no special treasures hidden in the dungeon, just health and keys. Otherwise, these are strictly mazes. That's how the game progresses. You find the right passage or dungeon, kill the boss at the end, that unlocks the next passage or dungeon, as well as releasing some shopkeepers who will get you some good stuff. And then you repeat that until you're at the end of the game. In Japan, Firebam is considered a bit of a cult classic. Not many people know about it. The game apparently sold extremely poorly due to being on the disk system, but those who do know about Firebam seem to enjoy it quite a bit. and I can't say that I really agree there. There are some good things here. Even in the time I had to play, I made quite a bit of progress, beat up several bosses, got a bunch of upgrades, but I really didn't care for how Bam moved. Having high-speed action is neat, but you can't really react to anything. And the background designs in those corridors is so noisy, I have trouble telling what's going on in them. Finally, those giant invisible hitboxes that chew through your life bar make any kind of combat harder than it should be. My feelings come down to Fire Bam is interesting, but it doesn't really work for me. On the other hand, I can see why some people really liked it. You can see bits of other cult classics mixed in here. So maybe after you've played Quintet's action RPGs about rebuilding the world, and gotten your fill of Golvelius's shoot-'em-up style stages, then you'd want to turn to Fire Bam for your next fix.
Is it fine for me to start the video with a couple minutes of stunned, horrified silence? Because that's really the only response to Kamen Rider Club. I thought I was going to be recording a video about a really bad platformer, and it is so much worse than that. Kamen Rider Club is well known in Japan for being effectively unplayable. Playing normally, it takes roughly 6 hours to complete the game. There are no passwords, and there are no continues. The speed runs of Kamen Rider Club take over 2 hours. Kamen Rider is a franchise of live-action superhero shows in Japan. I've only ever seen one episode myself. You can actually watch all of the original series at this website, but for some reason I just have no time to watch anything these days. The premise of the show is that the evil organization Shocker has kidnapped a super genius biochemist motorcycle enthusiast and turned him into a super-powered cyborg. Before they can brainwash him to their side, he escapes and begins fighting Shocker as Kamen Rider. Kamen Rider Club uses that series, plus the 2 sequel series that follow it. There's a lot more Kamen Rider than just those, but they're not part of the game. When you start the game, you're given the choice of Kamen Rider 1, 2, or version 3. You have to play through a set of 4 stages with each of them on their own. Then you play through a set of 4 stages with them as a group. That gets you to the final area where you complete a set of 7 stages. The goal of every stage is not to get to the end or defeat a boss, it's to make money. At the end of the stage you'll encounter a door, and if you have enough money, you stand on this platform and it opens. Initially, it takes about 20,000 yen to open a door. Toward the end of the game, it takes over 1 million. The maximum amount of yen you can get at one time, and this is pretty rare, is 5,000. And that's why the game takes 6 hours to complete. Once you understand that, it becomes just a matter of walking back and forth and grinding up cash. Except walking back and forth isn't easy. And I'm being literal there. Reversing directions sometimes just makes your rider stumble and get stuck in place. You have to either not press anything, or press in the direction that they're stumbling to make it stop. Jumping has a similar problem. I guess the best way to put it is, jumping doesn't work right. You can jump straight up, all 3 characters have different vertical jump heights, and you can try to jump to one side. You don't have a lot of control over this movement though, and when you collide with a surface, you just kind of stick there. You have to tap the jump button over and over again, and eventually you'll cling to the surface and be able to climb up. And you have to use that to get any vertical distance, even just 1 block. Watch out for the ceiling when you jump. If you hit it, you get squished and can't do anything for a few seconds. When you attack in these action scenes, you just throw your punch downward for some reason. You can't attack forward, just punch down. Be careful about punching the ground though. If you do it, you'll get stunned for a few seconds. So if you see an enemy, you can jump over them and start hitting punch. Pressing punch makes you stop in the air though, so you can kind of hover in place indefinitely while you do that. If you contact an enemy, they may turn into cash. And just so you know, single bills are more valuable than the bags of cash. If you miss an enemy with a punch, then they'll hurt you. Now that may sound like an intuitive result, but it really isn't in this game. Because what's supposed to happen when you connect with an enemy is you go into an RPG-style battle. In this mode, you can select to attack, use a technique, use an item, or run away. I never managed to acquire any techniques. You have to purchase them in stores, and they're very expensive. When you attack an enemy, it goes to this action segment where you mash the A button to build up power to push the enemy back. There's a bug in this segment though. If you connect with an enemy when you're at full power, your power gets reset to 0. So if you're not using an auto-fire controller, the optimal strategy is to remain at one step below full power. If you shove the enemy all the way back into the far wall, then they take some damage. This process takes about 10 to 15 seconds, and each round of the shoving battle takes 30 seconds. If an enemy isn't defeated by one round of shoving, you just keep going at it until time runs out. Higher level enemies can do things like throw knives at you during those shoving matches, and there's not a thing you can do about it. Fighting the enemy in these RPG battles will eventually level the character up, but it takes a lot of battles to do that. I never managed to level up any of them. The items you can use in battle have to be purchased in stores. There are two types of stores: vending machines that accept cash, and markets that require that you use your debit card. Your debit card doesn't have any cash on it, so before you can buy things from the market, you have to find a bank and put money onto your debit card. Does this sound like a needlessly complicated extra step to you? Did I mention that all the locations are randomized and reset when you go off the screen? So that box with a yen marker may be a market right now, but go off the screen and come back, and it might become a bank. Or it could take you forever to find a bank and you just keep getting into markets. Besides the boxes with the yen mark, you could find crosses for hospitals, and this blank one, which is a shop that will buy items back from you. So you've been hurt and you need to heal. Well, you could try to find a hospital, but those are pretty rare. So instead you can smash bricks open and look for a power-up. And if you find one of these pinwheels, that's the healing item. And the way it works is that you blow into the microphone on the second player controller, and how long you can continuously blow determines how many hit points back you get. Playing on an AV Famicom like I am? Well, you just don't get to heal then. There's other special power-ups that can be found in those bricks. You could get your rider's motorcycle, and then not be able to do anything because the jumping is so bad that you have to use the cling and scramble technique to get over anything. Or you could find this, which gives you a shadow clone. The shadow clone doesn't seem to be doing anything, but if you had somebody else who was sitting around just watching you play for 6 hours, they could pick up the second player controller then and control that character, which only lasts a limited amount of time. So I think it's pretty obvious that I made zero progress in this game. I never could level anyone up, and I never could gather enough cash before dying to reach the end of a stage. I did find out that Kamen Rider version 3 far outclasses the other two in terms of abilities, but you still have to use 1 and 2 if you want to complete the game. The only effective way to complete the game is to gamble, and I never found any of the casinos, but what it comes down to is you can play roulette, and shouting into the microphone on the second player controller rigs the game in the player's favor. Using the casinos and cheating like that is the only way that people have ever been able to complete Kamen Rider Club in a timely fashion. Every single thing in Kamen Rider Club makes me want to grab the designers by the shoulders and shake them while screaming, "Why would you do this?" It's one of the most intensely infuriating games I've played on the Famicom. I haven't even gotten into why Kamen Rider 1 stages are cake-based, while the other two actually have stages that resemble something like a shocker base. Nothing in this game makes sense. Not one bit of it. Kamen Rider Club is a game that's designed to hurt people. And I'm not being hyperbolic there. They want you to play for over 6 hours, they want you to scream into the microphone continuously, They want you to have another player standing by, not doing anything until the right moment occurs. And if you screw up at all, they want you to redo the whole thing from the start. This is a hateful game. I'm used to Tosei and Bandai releasing terrible games on the Famicom, but Kamen Rider Club is a step beyond anything that they have done. This might be the least hidden gem out there. As long as people have been generating clickbait lists about NES games, the Guardian Legend was always mentioned as one of the hidden gems. At some point, you'd think that after everyone keeps saying, hey, this is a really great game, that it would stop being a hidden gem and just a gem. In Japan, it's Guardic Gaiden, or Guardic spin-off if you like. And as you might expect from that title, it's a spin-off from the MSX game Guardic. That MSX game has you wandering corridors and getting into single-screen shooter battles. Guardic Gaiden takes that basic concept and fleshes everything out. The game was developed by Compile, who haven't had the best showing on the Famicom so far. They're one of the all-time greats when it comes to shoot-'em-ups, though, and they're finally getting their chance to shine here. Guardic Gaiden is half shoot-'em-up, half overhead maze exploration. It's a bit similar in that respect to their Golvelius, which was released for the Master System the year before. In fact, Guardic Gaiden uses some of the music from Golvelius. In Guardic Gaiden, an ancient planet-sized war machine is on collision course with Earth. The only way to stop it is to disconnect 10 failsafes that are inside the planet, and so the Earth sends a cybernetic warrior woman up to do that. The game starts with you shooting your way into the planet. While this first stage isn't hard, it does demonstrate the high-speed action that Compile managed to get out of even marginal systems. In Guardic Gaiden's case, they used a trick with a sound channel to interrupt drawing on the screen. It sped up the graphics processing a lot, but this exploit wouldn't work in a system where, say, the Famicom disk system was always hooked up. That's impossible normally, but the twin Famicom is the Famicom and the disk system merged into one, and so Guardic Gaiden has extreme slowdown when played on those systems. After you blow up one of Compile's trademark base bosses, you enter the planet itself, and the game changes into this overhead maze that kind of resembles The Legend of Zelda. Here you need to explore and look for additional weapons and upgrades, as well as paths and keys that will take you to the rest of the planet. When you enter a room and hear a siren sound, the room's about to close itself up and release a mini-boss. Typically, defeating the mini-boss will get you a special item. Important things to keep an eye out as you explore are these bricks that can be shot to reveal tunnels. If there's a symbol on them, you have to have the matching key. These chambers are passageways to shoot-'em-up levels, and you always have to do something special to open up the hatch in the middle of the room. For this first one, you just have to shoot it a lot. Beating the shoot-'em-up segment, or corridor as the games call them, gets you an item. Keys to a new section are always in the shoot-'em-up areas. Then there are the weapons. Since this is a Compile game, there's an absolutely enormous collection of weaponry to use. You press the Start button to bring up a menu, select your weapon, and then you can fire it when you press the A button. All weapon shots use up chips, and when you're fighting, sometimes when you destroy something like an enemy or one of their shots, a capsule will appear. The red and blue circles refill your chips. They also recover a small amount of life. The heart recovers a lot of life, and this machine refills your life entirely. Besides finding weapons just laying around, there's also shops in the game. You can spend chips to buy additional weaponry. You're going to sometimes see that there are duplicates. This is not a problem, because getting additional copies of a weapon makes that weapon stronger. It also makes it cost more, but that's the price you pay for it being effective. With the weapons, I'd have to say you need to try them out for yourself. They're all useful, but there's a lot of variation in the circumstance where you'd want to use it. Like these tough eyes that appear out of the ground on this shooting segment. They'll keep going forever unless I destroy them, and they do a ton of damage to me if I collide with them. So I equip a big gun that shoots forward and hit them with that. These spiders duplicate every few seconds and can quickly overwhelm you, so to deal with that I activated a weapon that dealt damage to everything around me. There's one problem I have with the weapon system in Guardic Gaiden, and that's how the levels of your primary gun work. Your gun increases in strength every few hundred chips that you possess, and at the start of the game, you can only have 50 chips maximum. But find the red version of Compile's logo, and you go up a level, which increases your health bar and the maximum number of chips you can hold. At the second level, your maximum number of chips is 100. The threshold for increasing the firepower of your gun is 100 chips. So using any of your sub-weapons at that point downgrades your primary gun. The same problem occurs at 200 chips. What I'd rather they have done is make the threshold 51. That would make the trade-offs more difficult, and you could actually use your sub-weapons early on. There's one other major problem I have with Guardic Gaiden, and that's that you have no invincibility frames. Some enemies have a bad tendency to park on top of you, and you can just watch your life bar melt away. It's especially bad with fast-moving bosses that bounce around the screen. Guardic Gaiden is a large game. There's around 11 major areas to explore, and each of those have multiple shoot-'em-up levels. Fortunately, there is a password system. These rooms are where you continue from when you get a game over, and if you have no special weapon equipped while you're in there and hit the special weapon button, then it brings up a password. Guardic Gaiden is one of my favorite games on the Famicom. It's got some problems, like I wish there was a bigger variety of enemies, and it might go a bit too long. I still enjoy it a lot though. It even has one of my favorite boxes on the system. In Japan, it's not extremely popular, but it's still well known among Famicom fans. I guess you could call it a hidden gem. Normally I record about an hour of gameplay footage for these episodes. That's my compromise time for coverage of game mechanics and still having enough time in the day to record commentary and edit the episode. For Contra, I wound up only recording about half an hour. And that's because I'm really good at it. I used to be able to clear the US version without dying. I don't play it often enough these days to stay in practice, though. There are enormous differences between the NES and Famicom versions of Contra, and they mainly come down to Konami's VFC2 mapper chip. In fact, Konami advertised the features of the VFC2 chip in the magazine ads for Contra. No, I don't know what vibrating VRAM is either. Nintendo had a requirement that only they could manufacture cartridges for NES releases, and so custom chips by other manufacturers couldn't be used. The VFC2 was more advanced than anything that Nintendo had available, so the game was scaled down for the US. The Famicom version has improved graphics, more animation, better sound, cutscenes between levels. It's an all-around better package. The title's another example of Konami mashing up random kanji to get whatever word they wanted. In this case, the title consists of the characters for Soul, Ladle, and Silk. So I have no idea how you'd resolve that into a coherent title. Contra was originally an arcade game, though it's completely overshadowed by the home port. The Famicom version rearranges the levels and changes how the weapons work, and as Contra became a series, the home version is the path that the games followed. The story is that in the 24th century, a meteor crashes into an island in the South Pacific.
A few years later, a terrorist organization called Red Falcon establishes a base there. To take them out, Commandos Bill Reiser and Lance Bean are sent in.
Contra is the definitive run-and-gun. There have been run-and-guns before it, but nobody's done it better before, and afterwards everyone's going to be chasing it. The action is fast and the controls are tight. A good example of that is how you can use the extreme amount of air control you have to dodge things with your jump. There's a few places, particularly later on in the game, where the jumping is really tight, but it never feels onerous. There's no pixel-perfect movement required here. There are only 8 stages in Contra, and that does mean it's a pretty short game. However, it is genuinely difficult. But for the most part, it's a fair difficulty. If you take your time, you can see what's coming and react to it. That said, the bullets flying at you are sometimes hard to spot, and there's a bad tendency for some enemies to just fire a continuous stream of shots that don't really give you an opportunity to get through them. On the first-person view stages, though, you can always duck to avoid bullets. Knowing that trivializes the stages. What people really remember about Contra are the weapons. Well, that and the movie ripoffs. Even on the Famicom, where they didn't trace Schwarzenegger and Stallone for the cover, that egg is definitely taken from somewhere. But the weapons. All of them can be enhanced by picking up the R. That makes your bullets travel faster so you can get more shots on the screen. And now, because this is a YouTube video, I'm counting down the top 5 weapons in the original Contra. Also, there's 5 weapons in Contra. Number 5. The basic pea shooter. Obviously, the gun you start with is going to be the worst. But you don't know how bad until you get to the tank on stage 5. Without the R pickup, you cannot destroy it before it kills you. With the R pickup, you kill it 2 frames before it kills you. So the pea shooter is automatically the worst just because you have a forced death for having it. Number 4. Fireball. In a lot of cases, I'd actually prefer having the pea shooter to the fireball. It's a very slow shot, and the only advantage to it is that it sometimes curves around obstacles. So it's highly situational, and that situation doesn't come up very often in Contra. Number 3. Machine gun. This is the obligatory controversial pick. There's nothing wrong with the machine gun, though. It works well as an upgrade to your initial gun, and rotating your shooting angle as you move gives it a kind of spray. All in all, a solid pick. Number 2. The laser. The laser tends to catch a lot of flack because people didn't know how to use it. Pressing fire shoots one stream of the laser, and pressing fire again resets it. If you're using a rapid fire controller, that means you just get a tiny little burst out the end. On the other hand, if you get good, it shoots a stream of absolute death. This used to be my favorite weapon in the game. You have to have some skill to use it, but it just melts bosses away. When you need high damage output, and are good enough that you don't have to just fire wildly, the laser's the weapon for you. Number 1. Spread. Well, of course it was going to be the spread gun. In the past, I thought of spread as a crutch for people who couldn't get good at the game. The kind of people who entered the 30 life code and then threw them all into a meat grinder and still had to use continues. But speedruns have demonstrated to me that spread can be the most effective weapon in the game. Unintuitively, getting up close while you have spread is the key to it. Do that, and you can do some real damage. Speaking of that 30 lives code, it's not in the Famicom version. On the other hand, you can hold up, left, A, and select as you hit start, and that's a level select code in the Famicom version. There's also a sound test if you want to listen to all of those rockin' VFC2 powered tunes. For that, hold down A and B and press start. Contra launched a franchise, although it was always more popular in the US than Japan. It gets one sequel on the Famicom, so we'll be seeing that one. That lack of Japanese popularity, and the enormous improvements between the US and Japanese versions, have actually made the Japanese version of Contra a bit expensive. I paid roughly $5 for my cart about 10 years ago, and these days it tends to go for around $60. I haven't even talked about the two-player simultaneous mode. Unfortunately, I didn't have anyone here to play it with me. Probably for the best. I always tried to race them up the waterfall. Contra's one of the biggest games of the 8-bit era, and it really is that good. It's difficult, but it's not insurmountable. It pushes the hardware beyond its limits thanks to having that VFC2 chip. There's a lot of Konami games that I would call masterpieces on the Famicom, and you can make a really good argument that Contra is the best of them. On the evening of Tuesday, February 9th, 1988, someone went to this storefront just outside Ikebukuro Station and waited. Before long, they were joined by another person, and another, and a line formed. By morning, that line was 10,000 people deep, and they were all there to get Dragon Quest III. Okay, let's flash back for a moment. Dragon Quest I did well, but it wasn't a smash hit. Dragon Quest II was a hit. Not world-shattering, but it was the game that people were playing in early 1987. Naturally, Chunsoft got started on a sequel immediately. And then something happened. Dragon Quest II was a big enough hit that the game magazines at the time began to very closely follow the development of Dragon Quest III. There was a preview of Dragon Quest III in every single issue of every single game magazine from about August onward. And keep in mind, some of these magazines were bi-weekly. The breathless coverage of Dragon Quest III drove interest in Dragon Quest II, which then drove more interest in Dragon Quest III. By the fall of 1987, it was clear that Dragon Quest III was too big of a project. It wasn't going to be ready for release in December, so it got pushed back a couple of months. By the time February came around, interest in Dragon Quest was at a fever pitch. And that's what resulted in that scene outside that store February 10th. A scene replicated across Japan. Dragon Quest III is the moment that Dragon Quest goes from being a kind of popular game to being a cultural phenomenon. That Tuesday release causing all those kids to stay out overnight in line is what makes Enix only release Dragon Quest games on days off from school. Schools reported problems with children being bullied because they couldn't get a copy of the game. And the fervor around Dragon Quest III continues to this day. At the 2021-2020 Olympics in Tokyo, athletes entered the stadium to music from Dragon Quest III. Dragon Quest III would go on to sell almost 4 million copies, making it the third best-selling Famicom game, and it only missed the number 2 spot by about 20,000 units. Something I've been having trouble with as I get further into Famidaily is that documentation tends to be very sparse on a lot of games. There might be a magazine preview, occasionally I'll find an advertisement, though I'm starting to run out of magazines too. If I'm lucky, I'll have bought a box copy and have access to the manual. That's not a problem with Dragon Quest III. I personally have a manual and the guidebook, and there's tons of extra material out there. I could do this whole video without showing any footage of the actual game. This wouldn't be much of a Famicom catalog if I skipped over talking about the game itself. Dragon Quest III takes place on Earth. I mean, just look at the map. On your 16th birthday, you're summoned before the king. He wants you to fulfill your father's quest, to destroy the demonic Baramos. And so you gather your friends, and set out on a very long journey. The first big thing in Dragon Quest III is that all of the characters except your own are ones you create. You're always the hero, and that's your character class. But you can travel with up to 3 companions, and they're ones that you make yourself. They can be warriors, clerics, wizards, martial artists, merchants, and good-for-nothings. For my time playing, I decided to go with a cleric, mage, and good for nothing. The secret power of the good for nothing is if you level them up enough, they change to a much more powerful class. There was no way I was getting that far in this video, but I still wanted to use one of the unusual classes. From the king you also get some starting equipment and a little bit of money, and then you start the grind. Similar to early editions of Dungeons & Dragons, all of the classes level up at different rates, and the hero levels up the slowest. It is about a 4-hour grind before you're ready to take on a dungeon. Another big change for Dragon Quest III is no more clunky passwords. This is the first Dragon Quest game with a battery save, and there's 3 save slots available for your parties. You still have to go chat with a king to save your game though. In previous Dragon Quest games, if the party was wiped out, you were sent back to the king and lost half your gold. For Dragon Quest III, you can deposit some of your money in a bank. That'll protect your money if you get wiped out, and you can use it for extra storage for items given your party's limited inventory slots. I spent my first hour just heading out to the second town and leveling up. Eventually I got enough cash to fully equip my party with their starting gear. That took about an hour and a half. But even before that, I began exploring some of the dungeons in the area. And I found something out while going through those dungeons. Dragon Quest III has an enormous encounter rate. There was one point where I got 6 encounters in 10 steps. The combat itself hasn't changed much from previous games. It's still options between fight, magic, defend, use an item, or run away. The big change here is that you now attack groups of monsters. So when you're attacked by a bunch of slimes, if one dies, it's not like everyone else misses. I also noticed that Dragon Quest III tends towards very large encounters. Given the nature of the game, the quantity of foes has a more significant impact than their strength. 7 slimes is more difficult to deal with than 3 crows. That's due to how players can take out at most 1 enemy a turn, while each enemy still gets an attack. So once you're at about level 5 and you're really exploring the first dungeon properly, you'll discover that the dungeons near the first and second town are linked, and both of them lead to the tower on the island. Inside the tower you'll find a convenient inn, and if you can scale it, there's a man at the top who will give you a key that unlocks the passages off the island. And then after that, it's a wide world out there. Mechanically, Dragon Quest III is just an iteration on Dragon Quest II. I think the key here is, Dragon Quest III is also the biggest game on the Famicom so far. Not just in terms of popularity, but the scope of Dragon Quest III is huge. It's a longer, more involved game than anything we've seen before on the Famicom. It also has the usual Dragon Quest problems. You have to grind a long time to do anything in the game. You'll be close to 3 hours in before you get off that first small island at the start. If you play Dragon Quest III, particularly in its Famicom form and not its innumerable remakes that streamlined a lot of this stuff, you're going to have to work for your progress. I've said many times before, and I'm sure I'm going to say it many times again, my daily format is really bad for anything that takes a bit of time. I feel like after my extended recording session, I've gone through about 1% of what the game has. Perhaps someday when I'm done with all of this, I'll be able to go back and actually finish it.
The era of exciting sports has come to an end. Now we'll have to resign ourselves to dull sports. No one's ever come out and actually said anything, but I strongly suspect it was exciting baseball that killed Konami's exciting brand. There's still some Konami sports games coming up on the Famicom Disk System. They're just not exciting. So something happened where they decided to get away from that label, and exciting baseball being a train wreck is the most likely explanation I can come up with. Exciting soccer, on the other hand, well, it's the first game in the Pro Evolution Soccer series. Nah, not really. This isn't even Konami's first soccer game. That was the creatively titled Konami's Soccer, and it doesn't even remotely resemble exciting soccer. Sometimes Konami just goes back to an idea multiple times until they find a way to make it stick. In exciting soccer, your goal is to pick out a club and then guide them to the league championship. There are 6 clubs, and they all have different stats. They're rated on kicking, running, dribbling, defense, and luck, and these can be as high as 100. You can also rename the team, although every team has a default name that's used when you play against them. Once you've picked out a team, you're thrown right into the game, where you can play a 2-player match, play a league game, or play against one of your friends' teams. Exciting Soccer has a feature carried forward from Exciting Baseball, where players can load up a team from another copy of Exciting Soccer. So you can build up your team, and then bring it to a friend's house. If you select League, then you'll see the chart of the current standings, and your team will play a match against a randomly selected opponent. You'll note that you haven't seen any difficulty settings, and that's because Exciting Soccer has progressive difficulty. The first team that you play against won't even shoot at the goal. Seriously, when I reached the second half and I was so far ahead, I kept putting the controller down just to give the computer a chance, and it kept bouncing the ball around randomly. It had me pretty nervous that the AI was a dummy, and I was really worried in the second match when I scored a goal in the first 2 minutes. But then in that second match, the opposing team suddenly got a brain, or at least got a lot more aggressive, and I started to have to put in some work for my defense. So when you're watching my footage, be aware that the green team are idiots who can't do anything, and the gray team are the ones who are actually trying to play sometimes. On the pitch, if you have control of the ball, then A will shoot or do a big kick downfield, while B will pass to another player. The player that you're controlling has the arrow below them, and another player on the screen will have a triangle flashing below them. The triangle is your target for passing, so you can't really try to pass up the field to a player who's not on screen. If you do try this, you'll find yourself passing it backwards a lot. If you don't have control over the ball, then you can hit A to do a slide kick into another player, or B to rotate through the player you're controlling on the screen. You're always directly controlling the goalie even when they're not visible, so there's a good chance when the ball is approaching your goal that the goalie will be stuck off to one side. With the goalie, you can hit A to dive at the ball, and that's something that's context sensitive and will only happen if you're close to it. After the match, you have the ability to upgrade your team, though honestly, these upgrades don't really have an effect. As I mentioned, the stats max out at 100. For my first victory, I earned 2 upgrade points. For my second victory, I earned 1. If you have a 100-point scale and you upgrade something by 3 points, the difference is going to be so negligible you won't even notice it. You only play 10 games in the league mode, so you're not earning a whole lot of points this way. On the other hand, after you win the championship, or I guess lose the championship, the league does just start over, so I guess you could play a few hundred matches and build your stats up. One thing working in Exciting Soccer's favor is that it does simulate having 11 players on the field. Of course, it does this by trying to keep the players as separate as possible, and generally you won't see more than 3 players for each team at once. Japanese players aren't big fans of this one. Even with your opponents getting stronger, the AI is known to be pretty weak overall. And you can have a weird situation occur where if you boost your dribbling stat high enough, then you'll run significantly faster when you have possession of the ball. Personally, I found Exciting Soccer to be a decent but not really outstanding soccer game. It's definitely the kind of thing that I would have been happy with in 1988, but not really interested in later on. It is much better than anyone else's action-based soccer games at this point, and it'll be a while before anyone makes something this nice for an 8-bit Nintendo system. But it's always hard to go back to old sports games, especially when there's the new Pro Evolution Soccer sitting right there. Matsumoto Touru no Kabushiki Hisshougaku is our first stock market simulator on the Famicom. I'm not going to say it becomes a big genre on the system, but if I'm counting correctly, there are 6 of them. these games pose a bigger challenge for me than normal. The information and interfaces tends to be pretty technical. It's not necessarily something that I could power through with a dictionary. You also kind of need knowledge of how markets, and in particular the Japanese stock market, work. Or rather, worked in 1988. Electronic trading has kind of shifted things there. Toru Matsumoto was the author of investment guides, and that's literally everything I could find on him. He seems to be a relatively obscure figure, and his reputation doesn't seem to have lasted past the Japanese economy collapsing around 1990. I mean, when your game is called Surefire Stock Lesson, that should tell you the kind of attitude you're dealing with. At 9,800 yen, Matsumoto Toru no Kabushiki Hisshougaku is the most expensive Famicom game we've seen so far. It did come with one of Matsumoto's books, but we're going to see prices like this on games targeted toward an adult audience. The goal in this game is to take 1 million yen and turn it into 100 million yen in the space of 2 years. For those of you who don't want to do the math, that's a 900% yearly return on investment. In 1988, the Tokyo Stock Exchange was at the absolute height of the bubble economy and grew an absolutely insane 40%. So this game is slightly optimistic. The game doesn't work on a proper calendar. It has 4 weeks per month, and you're always working Monday through Friday. There's no holidays or weekends involved. The first thing you need to know when you start to play is that the game clock never stops. You start the day at about 8:30. The market opens at 9, closes for lunch from 11 to 1, and then trading ends at 3 p.m. The clock doesn't stop for anything, and as you're poking around the interface or chatting with your broker, it's still ticking away. So you might get a gut feeling that a stock that's down a bit might suddenly start swinging back up. Go in to buy it, and by the time you've gone through the interface, it's already up past what you wanted to buy it at. All of the companies involved are real companies on the Tokyo Stock Exchange. So you could buy some Sony stock, or my former employer, NTT, or 98 other companies. However, there's an awful lot of restrictions on trading in this game. You can only buy or sell once per day, and you can only hold shares in 3 companies. Besides making money on the stock market, you need to do things to improve your life, like get married, have a kid, buy a house. Your life has to reach level 25 as well before the end of the 2-year period. And as you're doing this, you also have hit points. Doing a lot of actions gets you worn out. And if your hit points run out, you collapse from exhaustion and it's game over. You can take up hobbies or go on trips to recover your health. The interface is a little bit confusing. The first 4 icons are for the stock market itself. You've got buy, sell, and page through items. When you go to buy, you have to pick out a company, and whether you're buying or selling, you have to talk to your broker. You can tell your broker how many shares you want to buy or sell, and then you can also tell him if you want him to go to the market and wait for the price, or if you have a price that you want and are willing to wait for that. If you try to time the market, then you go to this screen where you can watch it tick throughout the day and hit the A button when you're ready to transact. Stocks that are going for under 1,000 yen, you have to buy in increments of 1,000. If they're going for under 10,000 yen, then you can buy in increments of hundreds. And if they're going for more than 10,000 yen, you can buy single shares. It's possible to request to buy far more shares than you can afford, and there's no limiter in the game on you. You'll have to do the math on what you can buy yourself. The first time you can't pay, your broker just gets mad at you. The second time, it's game over. The next 4 buttons on the main interface are for information. Twice a day you can request historical stock data. It costs 500 yen for each report, and it only accumulates from the start of the game on. The printer is where you get your stock tips. You can buy a newspaper, or talk to some people who might have a hot tip for you. The briefcase is where you bring up your own status.
It's where you can see your cash and holdings. The exclamation point are for events. Those occur randomly throughout the game, though there are a few that occur on regular days, like your income at the start of the week. I didn't get this event, but apparently the game is pretty infamous for having 4 or 5 of your grandfathers die each time through the game. The last block of 4 are a bit more miscellaneous. This icon is where you can choose to do a leisure activity, and this is where you can go to buy a house. You can also go to the bank and take out a loan. The strategy guides I found all recommended doing this early on. Finally, the calendar page advances to the next day. One thing that bothered me in this game is that you can only really see the opening and closing prices of the stocks when the market is open. So it's actually pretty difficult to review how a long-term investment is doing. The game has a battery save, and it saves after every day and every event. If you try to avoid bad events by hitting reset or turning the power off, the game docks you half your cash. If you do manage to win, then you can enter a code on the title screen to get stock advice from Touru Matsumoto himself. Matsumoto Touru no Kabushiki Hisshougaku must have been a success. About a year later, it's going to get a sequel. I'm going to guess that further sequels weren't made, due to the stock market crash in 1990 putting a bit of a damper on the stock game. I feel like this is a game that's dense with information and has the look of realistic stock trading, though the heavy trading restrictions make it obvious that it's not. I just don't see myself ever wanting to go back to play this one. It's dense without being engaging, and though I only played through a few months of trading, I wound up feeling like there was too little to do, especially at the beginning. I doubt any of the stock games are going to thrill me, but this game felt like playing a spreadsheet where somebody locked all the cells. Tetsuwan Atom was one of Japan's first big pop culture successes. First as a comic, then as Japan's first domestically produced cartoon show, and then exported overseas as Astro Boy. Tetsuwan Atom is Osamu Tezuka's first masterpiece. The background for Tetsuwan Atom is incredibly dark and would require a video of its own to go through, so I'm just going to get to the basics. In a future where humans and robots live alongside each other, Atom is the only robot with feelings. He's been adopted by Professor Ochanomizu, who raises him, and because Atom is such a strong robot, he has adventures and fights crime. I had high hopes when I first played Tetsuwan Atom a while back. I like the character. I like Konami's games. Surely that's two great tastes that go great together. Well, no. This is just about my least favorite Konami game on the Famicom, and it's definitely their worst action game. Some of that can be attributed to it not really being a Konami game. It was developed by Home Data, who made a few things like Sky Destroyer and Squoon, and it feels like they were still developing games for 1985 when they made this. It's clunky, it has a ton of poor game design choices, and it looks and sounds bad, which is something that you don't get from Konami usually. Tetsuwan Atom takes place across 10 levels, in which Atom pursues a gang of thieves who rob the Ministry of Science. Atom can punch, jump, and if you jump just right, he can fly. And that's it. The rest of his arsenal of weapons just aren't there. Atom is also incredibly weak in this game. Any shot makes him go right to pieces. His actual life is measured in uranium, the number in the lower right-hand corner. Atom's maximum uranium is 300. It ticks down over time, and some enemies will drain some of that uranium away. You can press down and B to summon Professor Ochanomizu, and he will top off Atom's uranium stores. Ochanomizu only has 1,000 uranium at the start of the game, though. So when Atom dies or runs out of uranium, and Ochanomizu has run out of uranium, then the game is over. There is a kind of continue, where you can use coins that Atom collects to buy more uranium. Coins only drop from enemies on the first stage, and what you collect is not nearly enough to cover recharging him. The Japanese guides I found recommended staying on the first stage and collecting coins for a long time. It takes 130 coins to completely replenish the uranium. You get about 10 going through the first stage. Another way that some uranium can be recovered is when you complete any stage after the first. There are also a very small number of pickups that can be found that will grant some uranium. However, there's a bug with the uranium replenishment. Sometimes you just don't get as much as you're supposed to, and sometimes it even takes away your uranium when it's supposed to be replenishing. The first stage has you in a futuristic city pursuing the thieves. If you punch them or jump on them once, then they spit out a coin. When you punch enemies, they start saying a sentence, and every time you punch them, another character pops out. None of these are really useful sentences, though, and the length of the sentence determines how tough they are. Also, it's pretty common for these to become unreadable due to multiple overlapping sentences. Keep an eye out while you're moving through levels for areas that you can pass through. I never found anything actually required in them, but they exist. When you reach the water at the end, you have to use Atom's flight to get over it. So here what you have to do is jump 3 times in rapid succession. It can't be in place, you have to actually be moving in a direction. The 3rd time that you jump, if you hold down the button, Atom takes to the sky. And in one of the few nice touches in the game, there's this lovely sunrise as you fly out over the water. This is actually the transition to the 2nd stage. The 2nd stage has you on a tropical island, and you just have to go to the end of it, and then punch this skull that randomly shoots fireballs in the face. The timing between the fireballs is random, and one hit kills you. So that's annoying. It looks like the next stage should take place inside some ruins, but it's like the game just jumped to a completely different location. This stage has segments that will loop endlessly until you fulfill a requirement, usually ringing bells in the correct order based on the sound you hear after you defeat an enemy. Clear that stage and you go to this bazaar. There really isn't much to do here except go down into the sewers at the end of the stage. The 5th stage is some ruins, but you can get up onto the roof of them and go to the end of the stage. Just don't fall through the moving platform like I did somehow. All of these stages are only about a minute or 2 long, so that might be why they made the game absurdly difficult. Dying in one hit, having extremely limited lives and no proper continues, and you go back to the start of the stage anytime you're revived, it all adds up to just being a frustrating game. I'm sure if I really wanted to stick with it, I could complete it pretty quickly. The difficulty comes from it requiring precision, not developing skill. But why would I want to do that? Tetsuwan Atom was one of the biggest disappointments for me in my Famicom collecting. Trying to collect the whole library means I buy a lot of games that I expect to be bad, and I'm not surprised when they actually are bad. Konami doing a game based on a character I like? I had high hopes. Tetsuwan Atom would have been a bad game regardless of who was behind it. It feels more like an upper-tier Bandai Tosei joint than something Konami would put their name on. Tantei Jinguji Saburo Yokohama-kou Renzoku Satsujin Jiken is the 2nd game in the Tantei Jinguji Saburo series. The first one was released on the disk system, and the 3rd one will be released on the disk system. However, just 2 years after its release, the disk system's already on its way out, which is why this game and the 4th game in the series were released as Famicom cartridges. Tantei Jinguji Saburo became a bit of a yearly series for Data East. There was one game a year for the 8-bit systems, then it skips until the PlayStation era, at which point it gets one game a year for over 10 years. And unlike virtually all of the mystery games we're going to see, these have had official English releases. Collections of the mobile phone remakes of these games were released on the Nintendo DS as the Jake Hunter games. The version you want there is Jake Hunter Detective Story Memories of the Past, since it contains all of the games that were in Detective Chronicles, along with a few more. Jinguji Saburo is a hard-boiled detective in the Sam Spade mold. With his trusty assistant Yoko, they crack the cases that the police can't. In Yokohama-kou Renzoku Satsujin Jiken, Jinguji is approached by the police to help find a missing woman. Her fiancé reported her missing, and the police investigation has stalled because she worked at the consulate for the nation of Baraka. Many of the people involved had diplomatic immunity, and it was politically sensitive, so they had to turn to Jinguji for help. It's always tough for me to judge these things, given that I have such a limited time and have to follow a guide, but I really was not impressed with this one. It felt like the vast majority of the investigation consisted of going to a hotel bar, then going to a bar nearby, then returning to the hotel bar, then going back to the other bar, and you repeat this many, many times. I'm going to say over half the game takes place in those two locations. And for something called the serial murder case, there's very little murder in the game. You're told about it happening, but you're not investigating crime scenes or searching bodies. It's a lot of telling instead of showing, and it makes the game feel tiny. The interface is the now standard set of mystery game actions. Go to a place, talk to someone, pick something up, show them some evidence. There is a new option on the second menu page. You can smoke a cigarette and think about the situation. The menu interface here made me appreciate the work that HAL did in their Satsui no Kaisou. In this game, the interface completely resets every time you do a command. So if you're having a conversation with someone and want to talk through all the options, for every single one you have to go down to Talk To, then select the person, then select the topic from the list. It's kind of annoying that they have you do this instead of just staying in that menu and letting you select the next topic. In Japan, Yokohama-kou Renzoku Satsujin Jiken is pretty well regarded. I found people saying that they liked the graphics and how Yokohama was presented in the game. The biggest complaints I found were that the game had a lot of typos, and that the password is just crazy. I mean, what kind of password has omega symbols in it? As for myself, it's not really a fair assessment, and it never is with these mystery games, but I'm not feeling this one. It's too restricted, it doesn't feel like I'm really involved in the mystery, and the interface is a real step backward considering the improvements we've been seeing from people lately. I've heard that the next Tantei Jinguji Saburo game is better, so I'm hoping I'll see a real improvement in that one.
Well, that is certainly some artwork, isn't it? Replicart is pretty mysterious. I can't find any information on why Taito decided to distribute it in a pencil case, or why it appears they hired a middle schooler to doodle in their notebook and then use that for the cover, and even the title Replicart seems kind of iffy. It's the name of the machine that you're driving, but it also seems like it was supposed to be Replicate. Also, the word balloon on the cover seems to reverse who the hero and villains are. Like I said, you're driving the Replicart, but the person in the Replicart is saying Salandra Fire, and Salandra is the big dragon that he's fighting. And all of that is just the packaging. The game itself, well, it's Snake. The Snake game is one of the oldest style of video games, with the earliest known example of the genre being the arcade game Blockade. While the details change from game to game, The principle of the genre is that you're guiding yourself through the environment, steering a head around obstacles while a body grows behind you. Since your path resembles a snake, they're called snake games. A common variant of these is to have the snake grow over time. Rather than a permanent trail, the snake has a certain length, and collecting something causes that snake to grow a bit longer. The earliest known example of that is 1982's Snake Bite. And since a variation on this was on every computer with DOS 5.0 and greater, and another variation was included on every single Nokia phone for almost 10 years, this is the best known variety of the snake game. And that's the type that Replicart is. Replicart was actually released on the MSX first, and that version was by Sony. The Sony game was pretty well received, and you'll note that it has a much better cover, so Taito licensed it to make this Famicom Disk System game. The plot of the game is that aliens are invading Japan, and only the Replicart craft can take them down. And to do that, it has to progress through 100 levels of collecting dots that will make it grow, and then advancing to the next arena. So Replicart is Snake with a few extra things attached to it. And while Snake is a basic game, everybody loves Snake. It's easy to get into, has enough action to carry people along. It's a nice game. So Replicart must be fun. Yeah, not really. Replicart definitely has its quirks, and I'll get into those, but there are two fundamental problems with it that make it kinda bad. The first one is just weird but not insurmountable. The controls are relative. In other words, you tap right to rotate right, and tap left to rotate left. You don't press up to turn up. It's needlessly confusing, and you are going to die to it when you accidentally turn into a wall and collide, rather than turn away. The other issue, and the one that actually breaks the game for me, is that about 1 in every 10 times, Replicart eats your input. You'll tap to turn, and then nothing happens. Regardless of anything else, that renders the game unplayable to me. As you're watching this footage, you'll notice sometimes where I make weird moves, or crash into something that I shouldn't, and that's probably because the game didn't respond to an input. There's very few greater sins that a game can commit than inconsistent controls, and that makes Replicart pretty bad. With those two big problems out of the way that the stages progress is that dots appear in random locations, and you very, very slowly drive your snake around the screen to collect those. Thanks to a slow response time for the controls, even when they do work, it's surprisingly difficult to adjust your position just one square, which is something you always need to do in a snake game. You lose a life if you collide with an obstacle, whether it's a wall, your own tail, or one of the monsters that appear in later stages. However, your head is the only part that can get hurt, so if you have to dodge a boss's attacks, then you just have to worry about the head. When it comes to collecting those dots on the stage, you are on a timer that's slowly drawing down at the top of the screen. Collect a dot to refill it and extend the length of your snake a bit. If that timer runs out, which is extremely hard to do unless the stage is really complicated, a bunch of extra dots explode out of the dot that was there. Those new dots also have to be eaten and move around a little bit. Once all the dots are eaten, a tiny 1-block wide passage opens on the left-hand wall. Any monsters on the stage also become much larger and start actively chasing after you, though if they collide with your body, they get stuck in place for a while. Steer Replicart through that gap in the wall, and then you do it all over again. You keep any extensions to Replicart between stages. The way it's reset is to die. So the better you're doing, the more you have to avoid your own tail. With that said, the game is scaled so small, and the growth is so slow, that the body length never really became a factor for me while I was playing. It feels like you have to do about 10 stages without dying before you really start struggling with the length of the body, and you're going to have a hard time with that. After 10 levels, there's a boss, and here you've gained a weapon. Pressing the B button will let you fire. And this is a straightforward situation where you avoid the boss's attacks and shoot them until they're gone. After that, there's a bonus stage where you'll find panels. On regular stages, these panels can be hidden and don't appear until you run over them. And then once they have appeared, you have to run over them again, and once your tail passes over them that time, then they reveal a letter to tell you what they do. Panels could destroy all of the enemies on the screen, freeze them in place, or make you invincible. The most important ones shrink Replicart down until it's just 3 segments, and then another power-up can prevent Replicart from growing when you collect those dots. You can save your progress to the floppy, but you really only make progress after you clear a boss. So you could start on level 1, level 11, level 21, and so on. In case you hadn't noticed yet, Replicart the game is really, really slow. Every level is about 3 to 5 minutes long, and if you die during it, then you have to start that stage over from the beginning. Now I like Snake, but even if Replicart was a good version of Snake, that is a lot of time for this game. Japanese players don't seem to be really fond of the disk system version of Replicart. Don't know why. On the other hand, people seem to really like the MSX version. In fact, reviewers at the time told people to play the computer version instead of the disk system one. As I mentioned, I find Replicart to be nearly unplayable. It would be a weak Snake game if there weren't the other issues, but not responding to my inputs in an action game is totally unexcusable. Just break out one of the good versions of Snake instead. Druid is one of those games where unless someone explains to you what's going on in it, you're going to have a really bad time. And if someone does explain to you what's going on in it, well, you still might not have a good time, but you got a much better chance at that. Druid Kyofu no Tobira is a port of a computer game. It's one of those games that was a pretty big deal in Europe in the mid-80s, and since then it's been all but forgotten. When they ported it to the disk system, they gave it that spiffy subtitle. The level layout and placement of items was tweaked to be quite a bit friendlier, and a new system of permanent power-ups was added, or powered downs in some cases. The plot of the game is that there's 4 demon princes and they've got a castle and you're a friendly druid, so you do the needful. The game progresses through 8 maps, and on the maps that have a demon prince, you'll have to destroy them before you move on, otherwise you get sent back a floor. As a druid, your primary method for dealing with things is by wild shaping into a bear and then outdamaging any fighter in the party while simultaneously casting spells. Unfortunately, the druid in this game doesn't really seem to have an optimal build, so you'll just have to cast the spells that you're given. You have 3 offensive spells, water, fire, and lightning, and then there are 4 utility spells, Ki, Eknelis, Golem, and Chaos. Pressing the A button shoots your attack spell, which always goes in a straight line in front of you, while pressing the B button casts your utility spell. You change what spell you're using by pressing Start to pause the game, and then hitting A and B to rotate through the selection at the bottom of the screen. You can't pause the game while you're under attack though, and that can be a real problem when you have to rotate your spell to deal with the threat. All of these spells have limited uses, and you start with 50 of each attack spell, 1 Eknelis, and 1 Chaos. You get more spells by collecting treasure chests that are scattered everywhere, and when you run into one of those, you'll be given your choice of a spell and quantity to take. Attack spells always appear on the first screen, so if you scroll down and hit the A button, you'll see any utility spells on the second screen. After you've taken the spells, you might find treasure, and the treasures in Druid are pretty weird. Half of them power up your character, and half of them weaken the character. Why would you take something that would harm you? Well, Druid has multiple endings, and if you play with something that hurts you, it boosts what ending you get. The benefits are things like decreasing damage that you take, or increasing the duration of your utility spells. The harmful artifacts are things like disabling your ability to attack at random, freezing you in place at random, and making you take damage anytime you shoot. You don't have to take a treasure, you can press B to cancel out of that screen. And you can always hit left and right while you're selecting the treasures to pick one of the treasures you currently have, and exchange what you've got for what's in the box. There are 6 inventory slots for these artifacts, plus one special slot that's used solely for damage effects. When it comes to selecting one of the 3 attack spells, the key difference is in how they affect the monsters you're fighting. Generally speaking, the undead take extra damage from water, so ghosts and skeletons, while living creatures take damage from fire, that would include the slimes and beetles, and lightning does extra damage to certain very difficult enemies that appear late in the game. Defeating an enemy fills up your destroy bar, and when that maxes out, you recover health. The other way you recover health is to locate a pentagram and stand on it for a little while. That just causes your health to shoot up. For the utility spells, Ki is used to open doors that block your way. That makes it the most important spell to collect. Not only do doors block your way to additional chests, one of which will inevitably have a key in it, ensuring that you profit from opening the door, there's also plenty of doors blocking the way that you have to go. That means if you're not taking keys, you could easily find yourself stuck. The Ignellus spell is not silence, nor is it loud as you might expect from silence being spelled backwards. Instead, it's invisibility, which is what it was called in the original computer game, but they changed the name here for some reason. Invisibility doesn't prevent you from taking damage, it just stops the monsters from chasing you. That makes it handy, but you could easily complete the game without ever touching it. Golem is the big spell in the game, big enough that the Golem is on the title screen and in all of the endings. Golem summons a monster that can fight for you, but mainly it's going to wind up getting in your way. You hit select to rotate through commands for the Golem, and by default it just follows you. Unfortunately, it blocks your shots, so you can't really deal with anything coming up from behind you in that case. If you want the Golem to dish out damage and not take damage itself in return, then you want to switch it to attack. And that's helpful, but in attack mode, the Golem will walk directly toward the nearest enemy, and that will often get it stuck on terrain away from you. Then there's wait, which will just have the Golem stand in one place. And between those 3, if you want to use the Golem effectively, you're going to have to do a lot of micromanaging of it. However, there is another mode for the Golem, and that's 2-player. The real way you're supposed to use the Golem is to have your friend play, and then when they're controlling the Golem and running around and smashing stuff, hitting the B button will do a running charge that will destroy any enemies in its path. Then it will reappear close to you after the charge is over. So the Golem isn't especially useful if you're playing by yourself, but if you've got a friend, it's great. And finally, there's Chaos. This spell destroys all enemies on the screen, but to do that, it causes a really severe flashing effect. Chaos is also the only spell that can defeat the Demon Princes, but it only works if you run right up to them and cast it in their face. So you'll need Chaos to beat the game, but you'll only need 4 castings of it. Something that you might have noticed about the damage in this game is that there's really no invincibility after you get hurt. Your life just melts away when an enemy parks on top of you. And since you can't necessarily change to an effective spell when that happens, you can lose a lot of health very quickly. If you die, you can continue from exactly where you were, but you can only do this 3 times. After that, it's back to the start of the game. Which could be worse. Druid is a fairly short game, but it's definitely not fun when it happens. Druid is one of those games that is totally forgotten in Japan. It's practically wiped from existence. And I actually think that's kind of a shame. Okay, I don't think Druid's fantastic, and I probably won't go back to play it anytime soon. But it is a perfectly adequate action game here. And you'd think people would have a lot of fun trying to route out options to get the best endings, which treasure chests to get and which items to take. So even though this is a pretty short game, it is a game where there's plenty to do. Druid is a game that hides a lot of its tools though. You've really got to play it a while to understand it, and then figure out if it's something that you enjoy. This isn't the kind of game where you can just pop it in, hit start, and you're off to the races. So even though Druid didn't fully work for me, I can see how other people could find a lot to enjoy in it. I'm gonna be upfront here. I've never liked Ball Blazer.
I remember back in the 80s hearing about it as this amazing game, and I finally got a copy for my Commodore 64, and I went, this is it? Decades later, and I can recognize why at least some people like the game. But playing it today, I still feel like it doesn't work. Part of that is the march of technology. Ballblazer's gameplay concepts are severely limited by the 80s technology. But I also feel like there's some flaws in the design that mainly come from being the first people to try to make something like this, and so not being able to spot these flaws. Ballblazer is one of the first two games from Lucasfilm Games. Infamously, it almost shut them down before they got started. The release of Ballblazer was heavily delayed, and the game was leaked months before its release. So while it was a fairly popular game in 1985, it also barely sold any copies. The premise of Ballblazer is that it's a futuristic sporting event, similar to lacrosse. There's only 2 players, and they both control futuristic hovercrafts. The top half of the screen is a first-person view for player 1, and the bottom half of the screen is the view for player 2. A ball is shot out into the field, and you run into it to grab control of it. When you have control of the ball, the A button shoots, and if you don't have control of the ball, the A button still tries to knock the ball out of the other player's hands, or whatever the machine has. 2 goalposts are moving side to side at the back end of the arena. The more points you have, the closer they are together. And if you can shoot the ball in between them, you get points determined by how far away you were when you shot. The scoring system has one more complication. You win by either having more points when time is up, or by having 10 more points than your opponent. The way that the markers on the screen work is that once they're all filled in, getting more points takes points away from the other player. Part of the challenge in Ballblazer is that when you move, the ball drifts from side to side on you. That makes lining up a shot when you get close to the goal kind of tricky. You also move slower when you have possession of the ball, allowing the other player to catch up. One of the more confusing things in Ballblazer is that your view is always orientated according to the horizontal and vertical axes of the playfield. You only rotate 90 degrees as well. If you have possession of the ball, you're always facing the goal, and if you don't have possession of the ball, you're always facing the ball. But as a consequence of that, your view often rotates and you can't tell that it's occurring. Without any features in the landscape other than the ball and the players, it's very difficult to orientate yourself. You might have to scan around the playfield for a while before you can find anything. I also found it very difficult to get control of the ball once the other player had it. You really need to get ahead of them, and then at a 90-degree angle on the ball from them, and then try to shoot it out of their hands, and then hope it doesn't rebound back into them. I recognize that this is something that you could practice and get good at. I just found it needlessly unintuitive. Something to be aware of in Ballblazer is that when you turn the power on, the game is in a 2-player mode. There's no obvious menu either. You have to press select to bring up the options, and there you can change the length of a match, or choose to play against an AI opponent. There's 9 AI skill levels, and I honestly think they felt kind of reasonable. Perhaps not as smooth as a human being, but good enough to be a playable AI. I find playing Ballblazer to just be too disorientating. When there's no visible features, you don't know when you've rotated 90 degrees. And there isn't a good way to know what position the ball is in relative to you. And the field is awfully large for just 2 players. Now all of that said, I do think that this is a fine port of Ballblazer. If you ever liked the game, I think you'd also like the Famicom port. It's just, I've never liked Ballblazer, so this port did nothing for me. Zine has a weird distinction. Because the title is the number 19 in German, it is the only Famicom or Disk System game whose title begins with the Japanese character Nu.
So if you're building your Famicom alphabet, you have to get this one. Though I guess I should mention that SoftPro misspelled the title, or maybe they were using an old localization guide, since Neunjin should really start with ne, ne. But why is the title in German when the box depicts what looks to be a classical theme? Well, there's a story there. And to explain it, I kind of have to explain wargaming. Before there were video games, there were wargames. That is to say, board games that were designed to represent the ebb and flow of a real battle. And it's hard to understate the significance of wargaming as a hobby to the nerds who are around in the early days of computing. You can see the parallels with programming. Wargames had complicated rule sets intended to simulate reality a bit, but these rules could easily be laid out in a procedural way. When computer gaming became a thing, wargames were one of the big genres in those early days. Dungeons & Dragons, and thus the entire role-playing genre, was created as a rules extension for a wargame. So even though these days wargames are a very tiny genre on computers and consoles, where even the popular strategy games are generally far more abstracted, the influence of those wargames still runs deep. And the very first wargame, the very first time that someone attempted to reasonably model a battle on a tabletop, was Kriegsspiel, which, if you can parse your German compound words, would be warplay. Kriegsspiel was created in the 19th century to give Prussian officers a way to train tactics without having to get a whole bunch of guys with guns lined up on a field. Now, because this was a bunch of military officers wandering around with no clue what they were doing, there's literally hundreds of variations that they used in order to simulate different aspects of a battle. But there were certain structures that were overwhelmingly common. One was that everyone wrote down the orders that they were giving to their army and handed those over to a referee who would then resolve all of those orders simultaneously. You could order your troops to move and they could go a certain distance depending on the terrain, tell them to fire their guns in a particular direction, or perhaps stand and fight hand to hand. And in some variations of Kriegsspiel, they had to account for the exhaustion of their army and sometimes let their men rest. And that brings me back to Yunjin. Because of the hobby's German roots, and these tie more to the Napoleonic Wars rather than World War II, wargames often have a lot of superfluous German in them. And besides, Yunjin is very heavily based on Kriegsspiel, but not all of it. The plot of the game is that 4 legendary heroes have been tasked with getting an orb left behind by the 19 Olympian gods. That's where the 19 comes from. And to do this, the 4 heroes each get an army, 1/4 of the surface of a continent, and decide to try to kill each other. Don't worry about that orb, it never shows up anywhere other than the introduction. Your first task is to pick a hero. While there aren't distinct units, every hero's soldier is slightly different. Movement speed and attack arcs vary for all of them. Simone's forest troops are considered to be the average ones, while Darius's mountain troops have much stronger melee ability. Tullus's desert troops are great at shooting, plus don't suffer a penalty while moving on sand, and Sonia's water army moves twice as fast as everyone else. Because of the way the game works, the Red Mountain Army is probably the easiest ones to use. With your hero selected, it's time to battle. And before we actually get into the Kriegsspiel stuff, we have a map of the continent where everyone has a fortress in the corner and a handful of armies that they move around. In this segment, everyone takes turns. Armies can only move 1 square, and if you press start, you'll end your turn prematurely. You can replenish your armies by choosing to not move everyone, though there is a maximum number of armies you can have on the field at once. When 2 computer-controlled armies run into each other, well, they just bounce off and don't do anything. When an army you control collides with a computer-controlled opponent, that's when the battle begins. And those individual battles are where Yunjin becomes just like Kriegsspiel. Armies only have 3 soldiers in them when they're generated, and when they fight, you give orders to all 3 of your troops, while simultaneously your opponent has given orders to all of their troops, and then once the last order is given, everyone moves. There are 4 different commands you can give each soldier. The first one is to move, but movement is a little bit funny. What direction they're facing matters a lot. And even though they're squares, you're moving on a field of hexagons. So when you're giving orders, you press left and right to rotate 60 degrees. Pressing up will move forward, and pressing back will retreat. Moving backward costs an extra movement point, as does entering some difficult terrain. You can't give orders to your soldiers to occupy the same hex, but it is possible to move into hexes that contain enemy soldiers. The next order is to shoot and then move. You always fire first, and then move using reduced movement points. When you're shooting, there's a dot, and you can freely rotate that. Well, I say freely, but there's firing arcs in this game. In other words, a soldier has a certain range of motion that they can shoot through. With the yellow soldiers, that arc is much bigger. So if you want to use ranged attacks, or want to avoid ranged attacks, it'll help to keep in mind how you're orientated. But because you have free movement in that firing arc, you don't have to be lined up in a straight line to shoot someone. Shots have limited range, can get blocked by terrain, and they take time to get to their target, so enemies could get out of the way. The next option is to fight someone with your swords, and here you can choose to freely move or swing your weapon. Hitting the A button will stay in place for movement, and with this command it also acts as an attack. That will cover the hexes in front of you, but once again, there's firing arcs, and for the Red Army, they do a wider swing than everyone else. For this one, you're not limited to attacking first and then moving. You can move up and attack, or stay in one place and attack repeatedly. You've got a lot more flexibility. All three of those commands take up some of the unit's energy, and they can recover that by staying in place and resting. Though I think that really only comes into play if you make them fight repeatedly. When the battle's over, you're given the opportunity to replay, and that'll just show you all of the action that occurred on the battlefield. If you do manage to win multiple battles with a single unit, then those soldiers will get promoted to be much stronger. Of course, if you've lost troops in this process, then you could easily wind up with an army consisting of one strong soldier facing down armies that still have all 3 men. If you stick with it, eventually you'll wipe out your opponents, take their castles, and then win. There's no difficulty settings here, no other maps to play. This is it. Which makes a kind of sense considering it is a board game. Naturally, Noinzine is not a popular game in Japan, though it does seem to have a small cult following, mainly from people who like the distinctive combat system. That combat system, by the way, is going to get reused. SoftPro makes another disc system game using it, called Fairy Tail, that we'll see in a little while. My own feelings here are that it doesn't really work. The battlefield maps in Noinzine are either way too large or have way too few units on them, and they really shouldn't have allowed people to charge through enemy units with their troops. Usually in this kind of game, the way that gets resolved is it just breaks their movement right there. Because of the way that the map is scaled, and how movement has to be enhanced for that, ranged attacks wind up getting weakened. There are some really good ideas here, it's just the game design isn't well balanced, and I don't just mean how strong each side is. This is a game that needed a little bit more thought in how to shape it. Maybe they could have taken a few more things from the old Kriegspiel games. So I had a really off day with this one. I mentioned how much I love Arkanoid in the first Arkanoid video, but really it was Arkanoid II that I first encountered. I like both games a lot, so I popped in Arkanoid II, and then I proceeded to play awfully. Just a total train wreck. Oh well, we all have off days. Arkanoid II is basically the original Arkanoid, but more. It's the classic game of Breakout, only with power-ups, enemies, and more complicated stage layouts. Your goal in Arkanoid is to clear out all the destroyable bricks on each stage. In Arkanoid II, once you complete that, 2 gates open up at either side,
and you can choose if you want to play the right or left stage. As an added twist to the Famicom version, the game begins at the end of the original Arkanoid. There's a round 0 where you're fighting the final boss of Arkanoid, II. You have to dodge his shots while the ball strikes him. And when you defeat him, you get a proper title screen. There are 2 new features that are significant in the playfield. First are these gray double blocks. If they're destroyed, they'll come back a few seconds later. They don't count towards the bricks that must be destroyed to clear a stage. The other thing is that blocks can now move. Some blocks, when you strike near them, will start sliding back and forth. It's the power-ups where you'll see the biggest changes. Catch, Extend, Laser, and Break all return from the previous game, and Break opens up both sides of the field for you to leave through. There are, however, an extensive number of new power-ups that really change the game. Disruption used to split the ball into 3. Now it splits the ball into 8. Even better is New Disruption. It splits the ball into only 3, but as long as you can keep any ball in play, it will keep splitting so that there's always 3 balls on the screen. It's one of the most effective abilities that you can get. The worst thing that you can get is Reduce. It shrinks your paddle way down. Twin duplicates the paddle, adding another one by your side, with a small gap in between them. It's fine, but there's no real reason to get it if you have anything else. Illusion initially seems like it's a pretty bad choice. It causes your paddle to stretch as it moves around, kind of dragging a shadow behind it. Now that's not particularly helpful, except when the ball strikes the illusion, you get 10 points, and that doubles every consecutive time that the ball strikes the illusion. You can rack up a pretty big score that way. The greatest power-up of all is the Mega Ball. Instead of bouncing off bricks, that ball goes through them and destroys them, including the gold bricks, which are otherwise indestructible. One more particularly noticeable change to the power-ups: they don't automatically drop down from bricks when they're destroyed. Instead, they appear and cycle through a few different options until they're struck again, or until too much time passes. I'm playing Arkanoid II with the VOUS controller, a box with a dial and a fire button that came with the original Arkanoid game. Arkanoid II has its own VOUS controller. It has a port on top of it so you could daisy chain them together, and 2 players could each have one. That's useful for the new battle mode. It puts players on opposite sides of an arena, and lets them bounce the ball back and forth while bricks get in their way. There are panels behind you so you can miss a few times, but eventually those pop, and the next shot through costs you a life. Arkanoid II also adds an edit mode. You can design your own boards and save them to the Famicom data recorder, the tape drive that Nintendo offered for backups. I do have a few problems with Arkanoid II. The later levels tend to rely heavily on a lot of gold bricks blocking off a single shot point. It makes it feel like you're trying to take out Doe's thermal exhaust port. There are actually multiple releases of Arkanoid II. Taito did a re-release at the very end of the Famicom's life. I can't find out exactly when, but it's in a cartridge shell from 1992. That revision is kind of rare, so those cartridges go for a premium. If you want the really rare Arkanoid II revision, there's a contest prize version that has a completely different set of levels in it. I've never even seen a copy for sale for that one. Arkanoid is a great game, and Arkanoid II builds on that, but I'm not really sure that the additions improve it. Leaving the capsules up means that the power-ups aren't as convenient, and really, it would have been better to reduce the number of power-ups that were there. The levels are also nastier, and it makes the whole thing feel like Arkanoid Expert Edition. There's nothing wrong with that. In fact, I'd say definitely play Arkanoid II. It's just, between the 2 games, I'd rather play the original. was a time when I would think that this Predator game was one of the worst games ever. Well, Famidaily has shown me the depths of gameplay depravity, so I can't say Predator is one of the worst games ever. It is, however, a pretty bad game.
Predator, of course, is one of the best-known action films of the 1980s. It's about a commando raid into Central America that encounters an alien monster. The Famicom Predator game is loosely based on an MSX game, and after being reworked once for the Famicom, it was also heavily modified when it was ported to the NES. The Famicom Predator is more difficult and has the levels rearranged compared to the NES version. It starts with what the game calls Big Mode, an auto-scrolling segment featuring very large characters and no background. The reason for this is that your character and the Predator aren't sprites, they're background tiles. So when you jump, the game's actually scrolling. It's an interesting way to try to get PC Engine style big sprites on the Famicom, but the characters are so limited it doesn't feel worth it. In Big Mode, you can just jump and shoot. Various tiny objects like these orbs will float in and you have to shoot them out of the way. Sometimes the things that you shoot will leave behind a power-up. They float towards the right-hand side of the screen, so you have to go forward to collect them. The power-ups always change out your gun. They have limited ammunition, though in practice I only ran out once while I was playing. The weapons you can get are the boomerang shot, which goes out in a straight line through enemies and returns to you. A machine gun, so you don't have to press fire over and over again. A smaller bullet that as you collect additional power-ups becomes a spread shot. And a grenade launcher that destroys everything on the screen when it hits something. The thing that bothered me the most was that in Big Mode you can't pause. That became a problem when I had an assistant who wanted to point out all of the targets on the screen for me. At the end of the auto-scroller, you'll get attacked by the Predator. It'll be invisible a lot of the time, but still be something that you can hit. The Predator attacks by making Predator heads appear around it. As an effect, it just does not look good. Shoot the Predator enough times, and you advance to the stages that are the real heart of the game. The side-scrolling stages always have you start with no weapon. You're stuck punching until you can locate something. You can't duck and punch, which means you can't defeat a lot of enemies. And these green soldiers that shoot their guns will always get free hits on you. The side-scrolling stages aren't actually that long. They only take maybe a minute or two to play. Your goal is always to just reach a door at the end of the stage and then press up. And stages are rarely more than 5 or 6 screens across. Sometimes there's multiple vertical levels where you can go up or down depending on which way the finger's pointing. But if there's no finger pointing down, going off the bottom is death. The visual design on these stages is often a problem, especially on the caves where it looks like these things are edges, but you only collide with the tops of platforms, so you can just walk right through things to your death. A weird trick that might help you in the game is that you can ride on top of enemies. There doesn't seem to be a lot of reason to do this, though. On the stages, you can collect a machine gun, whose biggest advantage is just letting you take a shot. You can also crouch and fire with it, so you can take out those pesky small enemies finally. The laser gun's a bit more powerful. It can blow up certain blocks, and that makes it necessary to pick up to complete certain stages. The grenades can also blow up blocks, but they are a much worse weapon to use. The arc is pitiful, the delay before they go off is annoying, but you can set them down at your feet. Keep an eye out for this icon while you have a weapon. It'll drop you back down to punching. Other things that you can find on stages are these squares that restore 1 life point, this big square that restores all your life, and the always handy 1-ups. The level design in those side-scrolling stages makes me think that Predator was probably someone's first attempt at level design. It features a lot of the bad ideas that everybody uses when they first start out, like forcing you to double back all the time. I hope you like moving in zigzag patterns, because Predator's stages require a lot of that. There's also sections that require that you take damage, or run through a gauntlet of enemies one way and then have to run back through it. It's things that wouldn't be bad once,
But Predator seems to rely on these basic tricks. At the end of every 4 side-scrolling stages, you face the Predator again, and he's really boring. He just jumps up and down and takes shots when he lands. It takes a ton of damage to defeat the Predator, so much so that I thought I wasn't doing any damage to it at all. I tried to just go out the door and it wouldn't let me until it was destroyed. There doesn't seem to be any variation between the Predator's appearance at the end of these stages either. The one that you fight at the end of Stage 4 feels exactly the same as the one you fight at the end of Stage 8. Beat the Predator and get to the exit, and you go to the next big mode. And that's important because big mode is where the continues go to. So basically the continue is only good every 5 stages, and it always drops you into an auto-scroller. There are a grand total of 37 stages in the Famicom version of Predator, 7 big mode stages, and 30 side-scrollers. As I mentioned, those side-scrolling stages can be pretty short. Predator's a pretty bad game, but I can't bring myself to really work up some rage over it. Big mode might be clunky, but it's also kind of ambitious. And the platforming might be floaty, and the stages not particularly well designed, but there's also nothing really horrifyingly wrong with it like we've seen in some games. My feelings on Predator can be summed up as, well, at least they tried. It's time for Nozzler Land Issue 3, the 3rd issue of Sunsoft's Disk System-based magazine. It's also the last issue of Sunsoft's Disk System-based magazine. If you look at those first 2 issues, it's amazing that it made it to 3. But the concept isn't completely insane. Remember that one of the big features of the Famicom Disk System was cheap distribution. People wouldn't be paying 3,000 yen for a new issue of Nozzler Land. They'd be overwriting their existing issue with the new one for 500 yen. And a regularly reoccurring collection of small games wasn't an unproven idea. There were computer magazines around in the 1980s that included a floppy disk or cassette tape with various programs on them. Of course, for this concept to work, you have to give people something that they'd actually want. And I don't think Nozzler Land ever achieved that. Issue 3 is the smallest issue yet, with just 4 games included with it, and I'd say only one of them was really any good. The exact kind of small game that should have been a staple of this. They also had a mailbag segment where a character read off letters that they received in response to previous issues, and the results of the Miss Nozzler Land pageant. That was a contest where people could use a very basic drawing program that was in the 2nd issue to draw the picture of a girl, and then Sunsoft would pick the best one. The winner of that contest was high schooler Hisashi Nogami, a name you might actually know since he's the creator of Nintendo's big franchises Animal Crossing and Splatoon. If you're curious about what people drew for this contest, I'll go ahead and put the entire Miss Nozzler Land segment at the end of this video. Both the Miss Nozzler Land and the mailbag segments are completely automatic. You can't advance text or anything like that. And once they're done playing, you have to hit reset to get back to the menu, which is how you get back to the menu from any of the minigames. And what are those minigames? Well, first up, we have Sugoroku Quiz. And if you've been watching this channel for a while, you probably just groaned. But hang on, it's not as bad as a lot of the other Sugoroku games. Sugoroku is a type of Japanese board game that's about the most basic board game possible. You roll a die, you move that many spaces, and every space tells you what to do. Something like get money, lose a turn, things like that. Since the outcome of the game is totally random and the player has no effect, they are actually pretty miserable to play. Sugoroku Quiz, on the other hand, is closer to the board game Trivial Pursuit. Now you roll, move, answer a question, and then you gain or lose money based on that. It's also themed around a car race, so every space you move costs fuel, and you have to land on a space with a gas station, which is about 3/4 of them.
in order to buy fuel and keep going. So at least with this one, the quiz gives you something to do. Well, of course, trivia questions from 1988 are now decades out of context. Well, it's trivia that someone could reasonably expect to know in 1988 is not necessarily the same thing as it is now. So put this one down as not as bad as it could be, but probably something you'd not want to go and play. The next minigame is Bokuso Tomo-chan, or Burst Dash Tomo-chan. Bokuso is colloquial Japanese, implying an explosive burst of speed. Though there's no timer here, and Tomo-chan doesn't move very fast, so the title doesn't really make sense one way or the other. Tomo-chan made her debut in the previous Nozzler Land issue, so it seems like they decided to bring her back as a bit of a mascot. In this game, your goal is to go from the left to the right. There's a door at the far right-hand side of every stage that you need to get to. Hitting A will make Tomo-chan jump, and she can duck down to fit through small spaces. But she can't do that while jumping. There are also arrows on every stage that blow her skirt up if you pass over them. Not step on them, just go over them. Doing that will make Tomo-chan lose one of her hearts, and if she gets hit 4 times by this, not 3 as the hearts imply, then you have to start the stage over again. So really this is a maze where you have to find the correct path to the exit. There are 4 stages here, and none of them are especially difficult. Though if you do find yourself in a position where you're stuck, you can hit select to end Tomo-chan's life, and then start once again. The third minigame is Shonen Tanteidan, or Boys Detective Club. If you've been paying attention to these Nozzler Land releases, and why would you might recognize the character in this adventure game as someone who appeared in a minigame in the first Nozzler Land. And I'm going to say that this is the best game in the entire Nozzler Land series. Admittedly, that's not a very high bar, but this is the one that I think is genuinely good. The perfect kind of minigame that they should have been making and selling Nozzler Land with. This is an adventure game, and one that's much closer to Western adventure games than you usually see in Japan. The plot is that someone has locked a boy detective in a room, and he has to get out. That's it. That's all there is to it. That one room you're looking at is all there is. You have 10 verbs at the bottom of the screen, and after you select one and hit A, then you have a list of every single object that's visible in the room. Everything that you see will be necessary in some way for escape, and you'll have to solve puzzles as you go, like how to get a key out of the drain, or what you can do to melt a block of ice quickly. Basic adventure game concepts for sure, but it's still decently executed in a small package. It's a solid little mini-adventure. And then the last game on the disc is the creatively titled Bingo Game. You've got 3 guesses on what that is, and the first 2 don't count. You get some rather lengthy animations to announce what ball has been pulled, and when someone wins, you don't even get a really great fanfare. And although obviously Nozzler Land did not do well enough to continue, there do seem to be plenty of people who have fond memories of it. Maybe that 500 yen price point helped a lot. And of course, the minigame that most of those players remember is that adventure game. Now, although this is the final issue of Nozzler Land, it's not the last Nozzler product on the disk system. A spin-off game which I will have a lot to say about when we get there. This also isn't the end of Famicom Disk System magazines. At the very end of the disk system's life, another publisher is going to tie some special disk system releases to their magazine. And in terms of game quality, those are going to turn out much better. Nozzler Land has been a pretty awful series, and most of this final disc follows that pattern. But at least they're going out with one bright spot on their record. Shame they couldn't figure that out sooner. With TwinBee, we're now entering a new era of the Famicom Disk System. You might recall that when the system launched, Nintendo re-released a lot of their games from the first 2 years of the Famicom, and as new games for the Disk System wind down, re-releases like that become a lot more common. TwinBee is the first one that we've seen from a third-party publisher, and it's pretty far from the last one. On cartridge, TwinBee was the first game released in 1986. The sequel, Moero TwinBee, was released on the Disk System, and we've already seen that. And there's about another year before TwinBee 3 will get released on a cartridge. TwinBee started out as an arcade game, and it's one of the progenitors of the shoot-'em-up subgenre. Shoot-'em-ups that use cute characters and enemies. So rather than spaceships flying through an asteroid field, you get pieces of food flying toward you. Of course, just because they're cute doesn't mean that they're easy, although TwinBee is pretty easy. The game has 5 stages, and if you're reasonably skilled at a shoot-'em-up, or have played a TwinBee game before, you'll get through those 5 stages really fast. The plot of the game is that the island of Donbori has been attacked by the Spice King, but friendly scientist Dr. Cinnamon has created 2 fighters that can take on the Spice King's forces. His sons get in them and head off to fight. TwinBee is a vertically scrolling shoot-'em-up that fits in the mold of Xevious, where pressing B fires shots towards aerial enemies, while A lobs a bomb at ground targets. The power-up system in TwinBee is the most challenging feature of the game, as it requires that you juggle targets while simultaneously dealing with any enemies that are around. Shooting into a cloud may cause a bell to emerge, and as you shoot the bell, it will bounce backwards, and with every 5 shots it will rotate color. Then if you shoot it again, it goes back to yellow. Yellow bells are only worth points, though if you can get them to rotate up a little bit, they'll be worth a lot of points. It's those colors that appear for a single time that really matter. Blue bells will speed you up, there's 4 levels of speed increase, and you're probably going to want at least 2. The default speed for TwinBee is pretty pokey, and it's tough to dodge anything at that rate. Next is the white bell, and that gives TwinBee a double shot forward. This is pretty useful to get to increase your firepower, though not necessarily the best gun. 5 more shots will make it blink red and white. Collecting this bell will give you an after image that will also shoot, so this will dramatically increase your damage output. However, the after images are mutually exclusive with the power-up that follows it. The red bell will give you a shield, and the shield is really what you want. Once the shield is up, you're probably going to breeze through the rest of the game. If you can't collect a bell of a particular color, then it just skips over that while you're shooting. So if you get the shield, then it'll skip over the after image, and if you get the after image, then it'll skip over the shield. If you keep juggling the bell long enough, it'll turn into a bee, and that bee is an enemy that you'll have to shoot down. There's also things that appear when you destroy ground targets. Fruit is just worth points, and not even a whole lot of them, while a star will destroy all enemies on the screen. A bottle of milk is worth an extra life, but the most useful thing that you'll find on the ground is candy, because that will give you a 3-way shot with your aerial attack. And that is the most effective thing you could use. You might have noticed that TwinBee has arms, and those aren't just for show. If you get hit from the side, then TwinBee can lose its arms and not be able to throw bombs anymore. But when that happens, a medical ship will fly in, and touching that will restore the arms. Though it'll only do this once per life. Of course, if you get hit any other way, and don't have shields, then it's instant death. One of the big features of TwinBee was its 2-player mode. Even on the Famicom, 2 players can play simultaneously, and when you're doing that, you pick up a new move. TwinBee and WinBee can join hands side by side, fly in formation, and get a much more powerful shot. You might be asking yourself, are there any differences between the cartridge and disk system version of TwinBee? And there is one. After stage 3, you have to load up stages 4 and 5. The disk system version of TwinBee is only on one side of the floppy, but it still has those mid-game loading times. In Japan, TwinBee is a beloved classic of the 8-bit era, one of the high points of the early days of the Famicom. And of course, TwinBee was popular enough that it became one of Konami's longer-running series. and Twinbee would show up in plenty of other Konami games. I think Twinbee is pretty good myself, though I would play the cartridge version before the Disk System one. The Disk System version of Twinbee is, well, I'm not going to say rare, but it's definitely harder to get your hands on than the cartridge, which usually is pretty cheap. This version is something that existed so that kids in 1988 could cheaply augment their Disk System library, but these days it's mainly a curiosity.
As I close in on completing my Famicom collection, I've also been picking up some other material around it. Strategy guides, old game magazines. There's these VHS tapes of Famicom game walkthroughs that I've been really interested in picking up if I can find cheap. And one of the biggest extras I've been adding is the source material for games. A lot of these Famicom games are based on obscure shows and comics, and getting those lets me see what the game is supposed to be representing. Tsurikichi Sanpei was a very long-running comic. Roughly 10 years, though at the time of this game's publication, there wasn't an active show or comic. I got a couple of the books with one of my Famicom orders, and it turns out I like it a lot. Probably not enough to get 12,000 pages of comics, but I could definitely see why people liked it. Tsurikichi Sanpei is the story of Sanpei, a young boy in a rural Japanese village on the northern part of Honshu. And he's a brilliant fisherman. I do have to point out one unfortunate thing here. The Kichi part of Tsurikichi is a slur. I'm not 100% positive on the context. The only place I could find a dictionary definition for it said that it was an obsessive person. I just found discussion that its use in the title was controversial given that it's a slur. Getting to the game, Sanpei is taking part in a fishing tournament at sea. Every morning he sets out and tries to catch as many fish as he can, and at the end of the day he heads in to have his fish weighed. Now that sounds pretty straightforward, but there's a twist on this one. The only way that you can win the fishing derby and the game is to catch the blue marlin. It's somewhere out there, and if you catch it, you win. Doesn't matter how few fish you caught before, doesn't matter how many fish other people caught, the blue marlin wins, and if you don't have it, someone else wins. I'm going to be up front here. This is another fishing game that defeated me. I followed instructions, tutorials, video playthroughs, and I never caught a single fish. Oh, I hooked a couple, reeled them all the way in, and then they turned out to be nothing. So I'm sure there's some aspect to this game that I'm missing. When you set out, you first need to pick a spot to fish. The sea is divided up into these sections, and you have to cruise around until you spot a fish. Then hit start to go to the fishing screen. You can always hit start to go back to that map and cruise around. So now here you are as Sanpei on the back of the boat. You hit select to bring up the next menu, and then choose the strength of the line you're using. The weaker line breaks more easily, but you get more points for your fish. Since there's only one fish that matters, and you have to use the stronger line to catch it, just choose the stronger line. The other option is bait. At the start you only have 3 choices of bait, and that will improve throughout the derby. Once you've made your selections, you can just wait. You can steer the boat a little bit by hitting left and right, but that doesn't seem to really have an effect. Your companions will give you running commentary. The one in the red outfit will suggest changing bait or going to a new location if the fish aren't going to bite. You'll probably find yourself in a situation where none of your bait works. And all you can do in that case is move. When a fish bites, you don't have to do anything to set the hook. You just have to push back to pull on the line, then release down and start tapping B as fast as you can. The arrows indicate how much strain there is on the line. If they turn color, the fish is fighting a little bit hard and you need to lay back. And you can also see if the fish is pulling hard to one side. Go through this a few times, and you'll haul it onto the boat. Once the day's over, or you feel like you've had enough fishing, you can drive back to the harbor where you'll settle in for the night. This is the first Famicom game developed by Advanced Communication. They're a minor developer who don't really have any good games to their name. Their best known game is the disastrous TurboGrafx 16 pack-in Keith Courage. I'm looking at Tsurikichi Sanpei and I'm thinking, maybe I'm just incompatible with fishing games. This is the second one we've seen on the Famicom, and the second one that's been totally impenetrable. But even if I was regularly landing fish, I still don't think this would have been a good game. The fishing feels kind of shallow, there's just not much to do with it. And tying the whole game around catching one particular fish kind of ruins the fishing derby aspect of things. It's not a hateful or unpleasant game, it's just mediocre. March 18th is a big day for the Famicom. It's the day that the last major genre for the system breaks through. And I do mean break through. All three of the games released on March 18th can be described as strategy games, though I've chosen Nobunaga no Yabo because it's the one that has the most significant impact. And there's two more war games released in the next 2 weeks after that. We've seen a few strategy games before on the Famicom. We can stretch the definition to include shogi games, and Bokosuka Wars straddled the line between strategy game and RPG. But the games we're seeing now are the ones that most people would identify clearly as strategy games. And we're going to start with one of the most successful series of Japanese strategy games out there, Nobunaga no Yabo. Koei had been producing strategy games for computers for quite a while, but this was their first console port. It's also not really the first game in the Nobunaga no Yabo series. If we want to be really technical, it's a port of Nobunaga no Yabo Zenkokuban, or Nobunaga's Ambition National Edition. It's National Edition because the initial releases of Nobunaga no Yabo didn't include the entire map of Japan. So this Famicom game is actually the second game in the series. Koei's strategy games, especially at this time, followed a particular formula. You have a map divided up into regions. Each region has a ruler. The player steps into the shoes of one of those rulers, and they have to manage their kingdom, raise their armies, and make war on their neighbors until they've conquered all of the area. The battles take place on tactical maps where players have to maneuver units around. Nobunaga no Yabo takes place in the Sengoku period, a time when the emperor's control had grown weak, and every feudal lord who held a plot of land figured that they had a decent shot of controlling everything. There were decades of continuous civil wars, constantly shifting alliances, and it finally ended with all of Japan unified under a single ruler. So basically, an ideal setting for a strategy game. In fact, it's the most popular setting for a strategy game in Japan. The packaging for Nobunaga no Yabo is significantly different from what we've seen before. The box is a large plastic clamshell. The plastic box even has Koei's motto molded into it: Entertainment and Education. The manual is 80 pages long, features biographies of all 50 daimyos that are represented in the game, and it comes with a map of Japan showing how all of the regions interconnect. And the cartridge is something new. As a latecomer to the Famicom, Koei has to have their cartridges manufactured by Nintendo, and this is a new style of cartridge. It's molded to look very much like an NES cartridge. Koei uses this deluxe packaging for virtually all of their games. And coming from computer games, they're also the most expensive publisher on the Famicom. The average price for a Koei game is almost twice as high as the average price for any other publisher. Now we're finally getting to the game itself, and here's where we run into a problem. Koei games are enormous and complex, and as a result, you're going to spend the first 4 or 5 hours that you're playing with it just figuring out the basic systems. Now, I'm not starting from square one, but I still have to make it over that initial hurdle. And the time I have available really just doesn't let me do that. So similar to RPGs, these heavy strategy games aren't a good genre for my format. That said, I was able to come to one very solid conclusion about Nobunaga no Yabo. The interface is terrible. It's inconsistent, doesn't take advantage of the nature of the platform, and is something that you have to overcome rather than use. It betrays its roots as a PC-88 computer game. There's no scrolling, you never interface directly with the maps, and it often requires that you input numbers to perform actions. It's the kind of thing that was acceptable as a computer game in 1983, but by 1988 it's totally outdated. When you turn the game on, your first selection is to start a new game or continue an old one. Nobunaga no Yabo has a battery backup, and it saves every turn. After that, you have to select if you want to play the 17-province map, which was the original game, or the full 50-province map of Japan. Then you choose if you want to watch the other battles that occur. The only reason you'd want to do that is if you're recording a video and want more battle footage that you're not involved with. Finally, you can select the number of players, anything from 0, where the computer just plays by itself, to 8. Now we hit the map screen, and you can flip between your views of Japan by pressing the B button. Here you're selecting your starting province and daimyo, and you have to do that by inputting the 2-digit number 1 digit at a time. Next up, you randomly roll your daimyo's stats. Their 5 stats are Constitution, Ambition, Luck, Charisma, and Intelligence. After you've rolled all your stats, it'll give you a total and ask you if you want to keep that character. So you can keep re-rolling until you've got a good total. I wouldn't settle for anything less than 450. Now we're into the game itself, and you'll watch as each turn plays out until it gets to yours, and then you have this enormous menu. Nobunaga no Yabo is a game that gives you a lot of tools to work with, and they're not necessarily all useful. You can do things to help the people out, like improve your town or build dams that improve agriculture, or you could recruit soldiers and train them, or hire ninjas to assassinate people, bribe them, arrange a marriage for an alliance. There's a lot going on here. The most important option, however, is to go to war. And when you do that, you have to select the number of the province that you're going to attack, decide if you're going to take part in the battle yourself, and then it goes to this tactical screen. There's actually 3 views of the battlefield, though it's really only 2 screens across. It starts by the attacker deploying their forces, and then you take turns moving. Each side moves all of their forces, and then the other side moves all of their forces. You don't get to choose what order to move forces in either. There's a set order for which the armies can move. Armies can't move into each other or merge, so you do need to consider that order when you're deploying. You don't want to get your troops stuck behind each other in a traffic jam. Moving and attacking are separate commands on the interface, though it won't let you select an invalid command. And instead of choosing what hex you want to go into, and yes, they're hexes even though they're drawn as squares, you have to choose from a menu what direction you want to go in. It's the kind of thing that only makes sense on an early computer. On the Famicom, it's just extra clunky. The way you win these battles is by taking out all of the opposing force, or by capturing the enemy daimyo. Of course, if your daimyo's taken out, it's game over. Nobunaga no Yabo is a historically significant game, but it's also one that I don't think is worth going back to, at least in this version. However, this exact game has been remade a dozen times, and the later versions have much better interfaces. Or, you could play the roughly dozen sequels to this game. I can't say I'm the biggest fan of Koei strategy games. I find them to be kind of fiddly and unintuitive, even by the standards of strategy games from the 80s. I can still say, however, that this version of Nobunaga no Yabo is just about the worst way to try it out. I don't see how anyone who isn't nostalgic for it
could ever possibly get into it.
Napoleon Senki is an odd one. It's our first real-time strategy game. I'm going to be up front here. The controls and systems of the game don't work at all. They're tough to use and easy to break. Nothing quite works the way that you would expect it should. But it also gets full marks for creativity. Napoleon Senki could be translated as The Battles of Napoleon, and it was being localized for the US under a very similar title, though that release was cancelled. The game has the player stepping into the shoes of Napoleon Bonaparte, and you take part in several military campaigns that defined Napoleon's career. You have to complete 7 scenarios successfully to beat the game: Italy, Egypt, Austerlitz, Spain, Austria, which gets kind of genericized, I guess, the Russian campaign, and Leipzig. There's also Waterloo, but that's a special case. If you're defeated in any of the battles, then you're exiled to Elba. Napoleon escapes, and then you have to win the Battle of Waterloo in order to continue your campaign. That does mean you might have to complete Waterloo multiple times before you beat the whole game. I never did successfully beat the Italian campaign, so that's the only large map we're going to see here. As you start a scenario, you're told how many enemy armies there are, how many of your armies there are, and how many neutral armies are out there. And then you get into the interface, and here's where things get a little bit confusing. Napoleon Senki really is a real-time strategy game. Your units always have a chance to just move, and to give them orders, you have to press the A button to cycle through directions for the cursor. Then move the cursor over your units, and after a brief moment you'll hear a chime indicating that they've received the order. And that's the direction that they'll go in when they move. How likely they are to move depends on the terrain that they're in. If they're in open plains, they'll move pretty often. If they're in the mountains, then they'll move less often. On the map, if you highlight an army and press select, you'll see the composition of troops. These are randomly distributed, and if you have the default settings, you're probably going to have a lot fewer troops than the opponent does. The white forces that you'll see around on the map are the neutral ones, and if you move an army into them, then some of those forces will be added to yours. There are also these icons that can add a special unit to your army. Cannons are the most important ones, but you can also get some cavalry or some miners. If one of your armies connects with an enemy army, then it's time to battle. First you get a comparison of how many troops you each have, and then you have to choose your deployment formation. The deployment makes a huge difference, but I'm going to save the explanation of that for a few minutes. And then it's to the battlefield, where it plays out exactly like it did in the larger strategic map, only now you have obstructions. The special units are the important ones to understand here. Cannons fire a shot directly in front of them. It explodes a fixed distance away, killing all of the units there. Cavalry charges straight ahead. Cannons and cavalry can only move forward and backward. They cannot turn. And that makes cavalry kind of useless. If there's a rock in front of them, they'll get stuck and can't move. And you can't see any of the terrain until after you've chosen your deployment. To deal with the obstructions, you can have a miner move through them, and they destroy things that are in their path. The other important unit is your commander. They start at the back, and if they're defeated, then you lose the battle. They can move off the map to order a retreat, which will result in you losing some, but not necessarily all of your troops. If the army that's being attacked has Napoleon in it, losing Napoleon loses the entire campaign. The thing is, you can take advantage of the vulnerability of that captain. The rest of the units on the map don't matter. You can just keep yours running around, avoiding any enemies, while you swing a group out and around to behind their lines. For this reason, the wing deployment formation is actually the best. I defeated an army 4 times my size by taking advantage of that. The other thing to watch out for in deployment is where your cannons are. Ideally, you want your cannons to hit the enemy forces, while your troops aren't moving through cannon fire. If something happens and they are lined up, then you have to maneuver around it. And that is the biggest problem with Napoleon Senki. Giving commands to formations and getting them to move properly is a real nightmare. Because you could or could not give orders to any unit that you pass the cursor over, you'll find yourself giving unwanted commands a lot. And not everyone will necessarily get your command. That sound that indicates the command has been received can be awfully faint. On top of that, the inconsistent movement of units makes it hard to keep people together. And that means more micromanaging with an interface that's terrible at micromanagement. I'm of two minds with Napoleon Senki. It's not a good game. In fact, it's a bit of a hot mess. I was constantly rushing past the command I wanted to give as I'm rapidly trying to tap through the interface. And the strategy actually doesn't seem to have too much depth. On the other hand, it's an ambitious game that came up with a lot of clever things. Before you start the game, there's an enormous screen of options that lets you tweak virtually everything. Not just AI difficulty, but game speed, weapon effects, how skilled individual units are. It's the most in-depth options screen we've seen so far in a Famicom game. I feel like Napoleon Senki is a game where their reach exceeded their grasp. I like a lot of the concepts in it. I also feel like they're not implemented well. It's a creative game that's about 5 years ahead of its time. They just weren't able to make it work quite yet. I've read the comments, I've seen your emails, and I know that everybody loves these shogi games. Funny thing is, I'm still finding new features and things to mention about them. We'll see if I still feel that way when I reach Shogi Meikon 93. But for the time being, I still found some interesting things about Tanigawa Koji no Shogi Shinan 2. First of all, it's not a sequel to any game we've seen so far on the Famicom. The original Tanigawa Koji no Shogi Shinan was only released on the MSX. Also, this isn't the game's original release on a Nintendo console. The game originally came out on the Famicom Disk System in October of '87. That version actually gets an expansion. It was only released to the Famicom Disk System writer, and it's one of the most expensive Disk System games out there, with copies going for well over $200. I spent considerably less on this cartridge. Checking my records, it cost me $5 including shipping. And I overpaid. As you might guess, Tanigawa Koji was a well-known shogi player in the late 80s. He was the youngest person to achieve the rank of Grandmaster at the time. Shogi, of course, is the Japanese board game that descended from the same root game as chess did. The major differences between shogi and chess are that the pieces tend to have much more restricted movement. If they make it far enough across the board, then that movement expands, and you can place pieces that you captured back on the board. The Shinan in this game's title means lesson, and that's the big selling point of this game. Yes, you can play shogi against it, but there's another mode where you have shogi puzzles that teach you how to play, and a third mode where you're given a list of possible moves to choose from, all ranked according to what the AI thinks are better. And that AI, well, I think that's the biggest failing here. I'm not especially good at shogi. I can play it, but any AI, even ones on 8-bit consoles, should be able to beat me easily. So either this game has some weak AI, or my shogi skills are greatly improving. I was doing pretty well for around 70 moves. I still lost in the end, but it felt like the AI just wasn't very strong in this game. And that's all there is to Tanigawa Koji no Shogi Shinran 2. The guided play option is kind of an interesting idea, but I don't think it really works well if the AI is that weak. The shogi puzzles are probably the best thing in the game. That's where you get Tanigawa Koji's commentary. There's also a sequel to this one that will be released on the Famicom. We'll have to see if it's any stronger. We're really starting to see these golf games now on the Famicom. And finally, after 4 years, I think this is the first golfing game that surpasses Nintendo's Golf. It's not brilliant, it's got a lot of rough edges, and it just follows the existing formula, but it's solid. There's nothing really wrong with it, it's just a reasonably playable golf game. Originally it was an arcade game. SNK continues to primarily be an arcade game maker. Fighting Golf was also released in the US, though here they licensed a golfer's name for it, and it was Lee Trevino's Fighting Golf. Fighting Golf has the usual stroke play and skins game, though here they call it Nassau game. You can play with up to 4 people, which is pretty nice. And for the Nassau game, even if you want to play one player, there's an AI opponent who takes you on. Fighting Golf features 2 different courses. They're called US Course and Japan Course. Very similar to how Nintendo named their golf sequels. You have to choose which golfer you're playing as when you start the game, and they act as a difficulty level. Pretty Airy is easy mode since the cursor moves slowly with her, while Miracle Chosuke is hard mode with the fastest cursor. When you're making a shot, you have to hit the B button to bring up a cursor so that you can aim. And while that cursor is there, you can press the A button to see different views of the map. Hit B again and you go to club selection. While you have a full bag of clubs, the game only lets you pick through 4 of them at a time. Hit B again to go back to shot mode, and then you hit the A button to start the backswing, press it again for your power, and finally press it again to determine how much you hook or slice it. It is exactly like Nintendo's Golf in that respect. Fighting Golf does a pretty good job with the lie of the ball. There's 3 different densities of rough and 2 different lies in the bunker, and all of those have a different effect on the behavior of the ball. I found there to be a huge variation in the ball's flight depending on how you hit it. It feels like dropping down 2 ticks from the top of the power meter can have a huge reduction in how far the ball travels. Another problem I had with taking shots in Fighting Golf is that I didn't really have a sense of scale. Is that patch of fairway I'm shooting at 100 yards away, 200? It can be tough to tell. Along those lines, I like the course design in Fighting Golf. The holes are all varied, and none of them feel outrageously off. It'll definitely take a few times for you to know the course well enough that you shoot below par, but I don't think that's unreasonable. When you get onto the green, you can see the regions of different slope. Here, the speed that the cursor moves is a problem for making short putts, but if you tap it fast, it'll always just let it drop in. I really didn't get a feel for how strongly the lay of the green affects putting. That's another thing that would have to come with practice. There's one nitpick I have with Fighting Golf, and that's your view of the ball's flight. It has a tendency to shoot off at weird angles when you hit it, and that extends to the course views that you watch as it comes down. I know they were trying to put some graphical flourish on this one, but I think it would have been better without it. Fighting Golf is the first SNK game on the Famicom not programmed by Micronix. They finally moved their development in-house. And we're seeing the results immediately because this is a much better game than what we've seen from SNK so far. Okay, in the end it's still just golf, but I think it's the best golf game on the Famicom to date. We're going to see better, but there's nothing really wrong with fighting golf.
Well, that is quite a title. Omoikiri Tanteidan Harogumi Matenro no Chosenjo has the longest title in Japanese of any game we're going to see here. And I can't even really be sure who developed it. Bandai always licensed out development on their games, so it's very likely it was either Tosei or Human, but no one's come forward to claim responsibility for this one. Since it is a Bandai game, and there's pictures of real kids on the cover, you can tell pretty quickly that this is based on a television show. Omoikiri Tanteidan Harogumi was a children's adventure show that was part of Toei's Fushigi comedy series. And although the title means mysterious comedy, they weren't mystery shows until this season. Omoikiri Tanteidan Harogumi was about a bunch of elementary school students who created a monster named Matenro. That's the guy in the gold mask. Their fictional monster came to life and challenged them to stop him, so the boys formed a detective club and had weekly adventures where they solved mysteries that Matenro put in front of them. The Fushigi comedy series would run a full year from January to December, so this one wrapped up a few months before the game came out. The game Matenro no Chosenjo has the players acting as a new member of the detective club, and you're tasked to getting to the bottom of Matenro's latest scheme. But before you're allowed to do that, first you have to prove that you're a good detective. And that involves two tests. First, you have to watch the faces that come up here, and then mark them back in order. So it's a sequence of 8 that you'll have to remember. And then you have to catch roses that Matenro throws from a balloon. Here you can move left and right and hit A to jump, but you won't be able to get from one side to the other fast enough to catch a rose. Doesn't mean that you shouldn't try. If you time everything exactly right, basically turning around the moment that you've caught a rose, then you might just barely be able to catch a close rose on the other side. Catch enough roses, and remember all of the faces, and then you're thrown back to the title screen. But this time when you start the game, then you begin the actual game. And this game is a side-scrolling action-adventure game. Hitting A jumps and B attacks, and you explore the town looking for clues. The town is divided up into 2 planes, a front street and a back street, plus additional sections like the school or the sewers, and more when you get further in the game than I did. You transition from the front to the back by going through buildings like the police station and the school. Omoikiri Tanteidan Harogumi is one of those adventure games where you basically have to feel out the exact path in the correct order. And even though some things should be accessible before you do that, they just won't work until you go to the correct place or talk to the right person, and then loop back around. You have several tools to aid in your investigation. You access these by pressing Start, and then you can hit left and right to pick what you need. Some of the tools require batteries. That's the white bar below your health in the upper left. So you could use your slingshot all you like to get ranged attacks, but if you want to use the flashlight, then it consumes a battery. As a broad rule of thumb, you can have 1 weapon and 1 investigative tool active at any time. When the game starts, you leave the bomb shelter that acts as the club headquarters, and then you have to meet the priest at the temple. He'll tell you that Matenro hid something nearby, and with the metal detector you'll find a card with holes cut into it. You take that back to the headquarters and read a note left behind by Matenro, and with that card you cover up large portions of the message, and you can look for a hidden message within it. That message tells you he's headed into the sewers, which wouldn't have been accessible unless you found that. And in these sewers, you wander around until you find a passage where you find that the room is dark. But there's 2 dark rooms in the sewer, and you have to enter the correct one, otherwise it doesn't work. Once you've found out that the correct room is dark, then you have to go back to the bomb shelter, where you're told that you need a flashlight, and then you go to the police, who tell you that some of the guys in orange jumpsuits have flashlights, and then you beat them up until you get that flashlight. You can see how this game tends to send you in circles a lot. With the flashlight, you can begin navigating that dark room and doing some truly atrocious platforming. Your jump is amazingly stiff and doesn't go as high as you think it should. And you're jumping in the dark at landing points that aren't always visible. And if you screw up, there's a good chance that you will wind up in a situation that you can't get out of. You only have one life in this game, but you can continue as many times as you like, though it does cost you batteries. The dark room is as far as I made it in the game. I had to pause a lot and watch some videos of people playing to get an idea of exactly the right step to take next. It seems like a lot of fans of old games in Japan have memories of playing Omoikiri Tanteiden Hadogumi, though I found one common thread among almost all of the comments. Nobody seems to have been able to beat the game when they were a kid. Some of the later steps to progress in the game are even more obscure than the things I did already. In fact, some of those Japanese players seem a bit bitter about that. While I can't say I had a lot of fun playing this one, I do think it's kind of interesting in how it tries to ram an adventure game structure onto an action game. Okay, most of that consists of either talking to the right person, or using one of your tools in the correct spot, but it's still an interesting attempt. This is one of those games that's more ambitious than good. But considering how unambitious a lot of the licensed games have been, I can't be too hard on it for that. Okay, Taito, what are you doing? I know you don't need to release games on the disk system. Why, just this month you've released Arkanoid II and Fudo Myo Oden over on the regular Famicom. So why are you releasing arcade ports like Wardner no Mori on the disk system where it's just going to die? I mean, I'm not complaining. It's nice to play something fun for a change. But you didn't have to do this. Wardner no Mori was originally an arcade game released in 1987, so this is a really fast turnaround. It was developed by Toaplan, in between making a bunch of shooters that people actually wanted to play. Wardner, well, there's a reason there's no Wardner 2. The plot of the game is that you're Prince Alamode, and your girlfriend Princess Pudding has been kidnapped by the evil wizard Wardner. Naturally, it's up to you to get her back. That's a quest that will take you through 6 stages of action as you slaughter every monster that Wardner can put in your way. This is an action platformer which follows the usual control conventions where A jumps and B shoots, and when you start out you only have a little flame that will shoot forward and then fall to the ground. There are 2 ways that you can get more power. First, you can collect orbs, mostly from enemies that you defeat, and if you collect enough orbs, then you'll get the ability to fire extra shots. The other option is to collect money bags and treasure that you'll find laying around the stage, and after stages 1, 2, and 3, you'll go to a shop where you can buy a new weapon. There's 3 weapons that you can buy, and they are actually kind of expensive. You are very unlikely to be able to afford all 3. Really, the best you can hope for is 2 of them. The star power-up costs 1,500, and it shoots out in a wave. The moon costs 2,000, and those shots circle around a bit. And finally, the sun costs 3,000, and it fires a concentrated stream shot that dips like the original fireball. All of these power up with orbs, just like the fireball did, and if you're careful about collecting them, you'll probably be pretty close to full power when you reach the final boss. You switch weapons by pressing start to pause the game, and then pressing select. That's also how you use the bombs, which destroy all enemies on the screen, assuming you've found one. There's one more stored power-up that you can pick up or buy, and that's the clock, and that gives you some more time if it runs out, which it might if you're sitting around trying to grind for cash. The stages in Wardner no Mori are surprisingly complex. There's a huge variety of obstacles, not all of them are as straightforward as they seem, and some of them are only used in one point in the game. It's level design that feels like it comes from a few years after this. Take for example when you reach Wardener's castle on stage 4. Now, you could follow the path up and around, finding your way through a maze, maybe picking up a special item that only appears on that stage, which lets you take additional damage. Or, you could skip the whole stage. If you took an extra key from the previous level, then there are some cells just inside the castle entrance, and while one of them holds a monster that will attack you, the other holds a helpful fellow who will push you through a secret passage and drops you off essentially at the end of the stage. There are weird little touches like that everywhere in Wardener. There's unique monsters that only appear in one place in the game, creative platforming traps that require some skill to get around, but not necessarily foreknowledge, and hidden items if you can navigate a maze of platforms just right. This fairy can only be found on stage 2, and it will damage any enemies that get close to you, but if you die, then it's gone forever. It's actually kind of astounding how much they packed into this game. I'm used to the discs providing something like a 1986 Famicom game, and in terms of sheer quantity and variety of things happening, this is closer to 1991. But it's not all good news. The platforming is really rough here. Your jump is weirdly stiff, you have a bit of air control at the start and then you rapidly lose it, so that makes some jumps, especially getting to lower platforms, weirdly difficult. Sometimes you have to crouch down and do tiny little hops to get through gaps in order to collect items. Jumping off of ladders and vines barely works. You are going to fall into things that will hurt you a lot more than you'd like. At least here it just damages you rather than kills you outright like it did in the arcade. You only have one life in Wardener no Mori, but you can save your progress at the stage that you died at, and have as many continues as you like. Not that you really need a whole lot of continues. This game is extremely easy. So easy that you'll probably get to the last boss the first time you'll actually sit down and put a little bit of effort into it. That last boss is really the only boss, though there are stronger enemies that appear at the end of stages. They use that same enemy over and over again. That continue system winds up being really the only practical way to recover health, since there's only a couple of very well hidden health recoveries, or you can pay 500 for a potion that will heal about a third of your bar. Paying for health is a bad choice here. Just continue and retry. This wasn't the only port that Wardener got. About 5 years later, there was a very late port to the Mega Drive. But more infamously, there was going to be a port to the PC Engine. It was announced that it would be released at about the same time as this disk system version, and then for the next 5 years, NEC would regularly announce another delay in releasing it. Apparently a CD version was finished, but it was such low quality that they never released it. The Famicom Disk System port of Wardener has a pretty good reputation in Japan. It's not wildly popular, it is a disk system game after all, but I was able to find plenty of people talking about how much they enjoyed it.
To me, Wardener feels like a bit of a lungfish. It's transitioning between two different eras of game design, but they hadn't quite figured out how to make it work yet. I can tell you about more cool stuff that's in Wardener no Mori, and honestly I expect that a lot of you who are watching this will go out and try it. But a video doesn't capture the feeling of playing it, and that's where Wardener no Mori stumbles. So give it a look. Check out the interesting obscurity that was a bit ahead of its time in some ways. Just don't expect greatness from it.
I'm lucky I don't depend on monetizing these videos. I mean, besides the fact that I might be lucky to get a couple dozen views. Golgo 13, Kamigami no Kokan, or Gotodamorong, has got a few things that'll make the YouTube algorithm drop me even harder than it already does. It's got a sex scene complete with 8-bit topless woman, and I won't overtly spoil the final boss, I'll just let you know that saying their name would also cause this video some problems. Of course, I do have 2 more games featuring that person coming up in the next month. Golgo 13 was the longest continuously running comic in Japan, starting in 1968 and going on hiatus in 2020 due to the pandemic. It's about Duke Togo, world's greatest assassin and international man of mystery. He has globetrotting adventures as he hunts down his targets. This isn't the first Golgo 13 game. That one is a simple arcade shooter, and Golgo 13 Kamigami no Kokan definitely is not. To start with, we have a very long introduction sequence. A helicopter in New York is shot down by someone who looks just like Duke Togo. The CIA doesn't think it's him. They think it's the KGB, and bring Togo in to investigate. If you want more details, the game came with a comic book explaining the entire plot. By far the most interesting thing about Golgo 13 the game is how it's trying for a cinematic experience. For example, your gameplay is divided up into episodes. I don't mean the levels are divided up into episodes, I mean your gameplay. When you start the game, you're playing episode 1, and when you run out of health, it doesn't tell you game over, it tells you to be continued, and lets you know what's coming up on the next episode. After you continue 50 times, the 52nd time that you play is the conclusion. So 52 episodes, or 2 seasons of a show. It's bizarre to do it that way, but they were really leaning into their gimmick. The cinematic experience extends to the settings. The game begins in East Berlin, and you can see things like the Brandenburg Gate. Then you head off to Athens, where you have to visit the Parthenon. Then you head out to the Aegean coast, and later episodes take you further afield. I got to Act 5 out of 13 in the hour I was playing, and that's because this is a pretty difficult game. In fact, I'd say it's unfairly difficult in a lot of places. Now, just because there's 13 acts doesn't mean that there's 13 stages. Golgo 13 has 6 completely different gameplay styles crammed into it, and the acts tend to be wide-ranging, having you move between a lot of different actions. The gameplay starts on the streets of East Berlin, with Togo able to walk around, jump, and kick. He has a gun, but no bullets, so he has to defeat enemies to get bullets. The enemies in the side-scrolling sections tend to hit you pretty hard, and screwing up jumping over a shot generally means that you get hit a second time. Killing an enemy always gets you some bullets and a bit of life back. The maximum life is 200 and the maximum bullets is 400. Your life also ticks down, but it's so slow that it didn't really affect me at all as I played. As you're walking around, sometimes you'll be ambushed. The ambushes are much easier than the encounters you have walking around. They do less damage and give you back a lot more health and bullets. They always occur in the same place, and they reoccur, so I recommend using them to refill. During the ambush, you can freely move your view around. Just put the crosshair on top of somebody and shoot. The next game mode is this shoot 'em up segment. You still have a life bar and bullets here, though. I found it kind of difficult to hit people in the shoot 'em up stages, and a lot of the enemies just soak up bullets. In these sniping segments, you have to scan around until you find the target, hit B to zoom in, and then take them out. These underwater segments are a weird hybrid of the side-scrolling action and the shoot 'em up. They also feature the ambushes. The final game mode are first-person mazes that you have to explore. You'll encounter guards in the maze, and you have to hit the A button to bring up a crosshair, point at them, and hit the A button again quickly. If a wall slams down in front of you, you have to press the A button to throw a grenade at it. You can only carry 3 grenades at a time, and you get an additional one from defeating guards. The thing about Golgo 13 is that none of the play modes work very well. There's always problems like taking too much damage, having difficulty hitting things accurately, slow movement. None of them are good, and they all have different problems. Maybe the most annoying thing in the game is how when you're in the walking around segments, it's not always clear what you can go into and what you can't. Those portions of the game require that you go to certain locations and talk to people, and identifying those locations isn't necessarily easy. The total result is a game that's not good, but it's interesting. There's a few more bits I need to point out before I wrap up. During the infamous sex scene, which is there in the NES version, right before she takes her clothes off, she says adults are going to do adult things, kids should press the B button. And if you press B, it skips that scene. And of the stages I played, the underwater base was the absolute worst. You have to shoot your way through these laser turrets that have a lot of life. I tried jumping past them, and I wound up taking even more damage than I did by shooting them out. Golgo 13 was not a popular game in Japan, but it was very successful internationally. That resulted in a sequel being made a few years later. When I have a tough call on a game like this, it just comes down to, would I play it again? And yes, I would play Golgo 13 again. In fact, I've been meaning to get a boxed copy because I like the artwork for it so much. Still, I couldn't blame anyone for bouncing off of this. There's a lot of rough edges on this game. But it's also interesting in how it's trying to push action-adventure games on the Famicom forward. Only a few days after the release of Nobunaga no Yabo, we have the first Nobunaga no Yabo clone. And make no mistake, Takeda Shingen is a clone of that game. It's just copying the original computer version. Of course, Nobunaga no Yabo came from Koei, a company that developed a long line of strategy games, while Takeda Shingen comes from Hot B, the company that brought us The Black Bass and Hoshio Mirohito. So we're taking a rather sharp step down in quality here. In fact, I found people calling this the worst war game on the Famicom. I'm not really in a position to judge that, but I can tell you that Takeda Shingen has a lot of critical flaws. Although it was named after a specific historical figure, Nobunaga no Yabo was more about the whole Sengoku era. Takeda Shingen, however, is only about Takeda Shingen. He's the only warlord that you can play as, and the scenarios focus on battles that he took part in. Takeda Shingen was one of the most significant figures of the earlier part of the Sengoku period, the time in the 16th century when centralized rule of Japan had completely collapsed, and everybody decided to conquer everything. Shingen was known for his prowess at tactics, and his fancy red armor that had an outrageous mustache. His legend increased when he died mysteriously in the middle of a campaign against Nobunaga. The game Takeda Shingen occurs in 3 parts. First, you have to conquer territory. That's Scenario 1. Once you've taken over all of this territory, you're given an army based on how well you've done, and have to play out a series of 7 battles against Kenshin Uesugi. After clearing those 7, you have another 7 tactical battles against Nobunaga. When the game starts, you control Province 1. Each turn takes a month, and if you run out the clock to 1601, Shingen dies of old age. Although the menu looks complicated, it's a lot simpler than the one in Nobunaga no Yabo. The very first thing that you need to do is conscript some basic troops. And that's the very first option. Then you'll go to this screen where you can determine what percentage of your gold to invest in that. It's not a well thought out interface. Once you've invested, you find out how you did, and for these gold investments, you could get nothing from them. The troops you get from this are basic low-end samurai. You can have a lot of them, but they're almost worthless in battle, so you'll need to arm them somehow. This option lets you try to buy guns from Europeans. I never successfully purchased a gun, no matter how much I invested here, and based on other values, I suspect you need to put up over 100 gold to have a chance. Alternatively, if a merchant is in your territory, you can trade with them to get equipment for your army. You can buy horses, bows, spears, and all of it is extremely expensive. For the cost of one horse, you could recruit 35 men. As you're running low on cash, you could go mine some gold. That generally gives you between 1 and 3. There's other options here to conduct diplomacy, or manage your farms, or hire a doctor to check on Shingen. You can also look at military and domestic reports for other territories. When you think you're ready to do battle, you can send out your army, and it goes to this tactical screen. The order that the troops can move in is always the same. Cavalry, then gunmen, then bows, then spearmen, and finally your generic guys. All of the troops of the same type are lumped together in your forces. So all of your cavalry are in one lump, and all of your gunmen, and so on. You have to choose whether to move them, have them wait around, attack, or retreat. On the battle screen you're going to run into another problem. All soldiers have a level based on their leader, and naturally, the higher level they are, the better they are. Shingen starts at level 1. A lot of the people around him are level 10 or higher. Naturally, you'll level up as you complete battles, but you're starting out at an enormous disadvantage, and it's not clearly communicated to you. If for some reason you do decide you want to try to play this game, attack Province 8 first, because they're only level 3, and then attack Province 9 because they're level 7. Of course, that choice may be taken away from you. You could be attacked on the first turn by someone much more powerful than you. So you could easily get a game over before you can even do anything. Then there's the password system. You save your game with a 15-character password. Now if you know anything about computer science, you might be going, that seems like an awfully small password for such a large number of variables. Well, the password saves the current date in the game, the territories under your control, the number of troops you control, and that's it. You're expending the resources of your territory to recruit troops and equip them, and all of that gets set back to the default amount when you use a password. So you could spend everything you've got on a big recruitment drive, get a password, continue with that password, and you have all of your money back. A common strategy is to repeat that until you have a fully equipped army. In between turns there are random events. That might get you some troops, or some extra money, or most importantly, it might tell you that the merchant has arrived so that you can trade. I don't think Takeda's Shingen would have been a good game if those flaws were excised, but there's too much dependence on randomness. You're forced into a very narrow way to play, which the game doesn't help you learn. And even if you do start getting ahead, continuing would just put you back unless you abuse that. I don't know if it's the worst Famicom strategy game. We've got a long ways to go on that still. But it's definitely a disastrously awful one. Fudo Myo Oden is going to be a bit of a wild one. And I don't just mean this title screen that kills your bitrate. It's loosely based on Taito's hit Kage no Densetsu, which was released on the Famicom almost 2 years before it, but it's not a sequel. It's just a game from the same company, designed by the same person, that uses a lot of the same mechanics as the previous game. It's the first 3 megabit game on the Famicom, and 3 megabit games are going to be very rare for a while. There's only 4 more of them released in 1988. It was expensive to manufacture those cartridges, and it resulted in another problem. You might be familiar with the NES game Demon Sword. That's a game that was built out of this game. It's not a localization because they changed a lot of the game mechanically, and because of the ROM size, they had to strip out about half the game for the US. I always found the US version to be a bit odd. Very difficult at the beginning, very easy at the end. It makes sense when I know how radically they changed the game. Fudo Myo Oden means the story of the unshakable Wisdom King. And if the Sanskrit we had been seeing wasn't enough of a clue, that should tell you that this game's all about Buddhism. All of the sacred Buddhist treasures from Mount Hiei have been stolen by demons, and as long as they were at it, they kidnapped a shrine maiden. It's up to young priest Ashura Nata to recover all of them. Similar to Legend of Kage, the A button swings your sword, the B button shoots a projectile, and pressing up does an enormous leap into the air. You can also cling to a lot of background objects and scale them. That gives you a lot of mobility for getting around stages. And that's needed because the stages are enormous. If you're running straight to the end, they might take you about 1.5 minutes to 2 minutes. If you're trying to gather resources, which you're going to need, it's going to take you a lot longer. If you're touched by any of the enemies, you die. There's no health bar. However, you can pick up these dolls, and they'll stand in for you if you get hit. That has an unfortunate consequence on gameplay. It means that you have to try to collect those dolls to make any progress. Power-ups appear when you defeat an enemy, though they don't actually drop from an enemy. There are dozens of power-ups in Fudo Myo Oden, and not all of them can appear on a stage. We can divide these up into 3 key groups. First are the common item pickups that drop from regular enemies. Those include the substitution doll, a peacock that will lift you out of a hole if you fall down one, torches that are used to collect special items, and keys that unlock the Gate of Wisdom. The keys and torches are used at these gates. If you have a torch and you enter one of these rooms, you find a statue of the Buddha. If you don't have a torch, then you have to fight a mini-boss. Either way, you collect a special attack spell. These are used by pausing the game, then pressing down, and then highlighting the spell and pressing A. When you're back in the action, you can hit select to cast it. I found the spells especially good at taking out the bosses. And speaking of those bosses, when you defeat one at the end of the stage, you'll typically get a weapon. And just like the spells, these are accessed by pausing the game and hitting down twice. Your initial white sphere has a limited range. The red sphere you get at the end of the first stage extends your reach, and then other projectiles after that tend to more strongly affect certain kinds of enemies, like these prayer beads affecting undead. The large branched sword is one of the item pickups from a boss. That's different from how it works in the US version, where you pick up pieces of the sword every time. The last type of pickup you'll find are scrolls. These appear randomly when you kill enemies, and what scrolls are available varies with the stage. Generally speaking, you'll find a faster run, the ability to rapid-fire your sword attack, or you could get the ability to throw 4 ranged attacks instead of 1. I found that to be the worst power-up, because it alternates throwing diagonally and throwing horizontally and vertically. It makes your ranged attack very inconsistent. Fudo Myo Oden is a very difficult game. Part of that is due to how enemies have a bad tendency to just drop out of the sky on you. You might be able to knock them away with your sword, but sometimes you're just going to get hit and there's not a whole lot you can do about it. Collecting items just so you don't die with one hit is also a pain. And you'll run into situations where you'll just have things drop on you over and over again, and you can run through those substitution dolls awfully fast. I also have to say, I really did not like how tiny the iconography for pickups is. I'm sitting pretty close to the 13-inch set that I use as a monitor, and I could sometimes barely make out what these power-ups were. The platforming is also a problem. Your jump is so large, you really can't see where you're going to land. And you'll find spiked traps or bottomless pits everywhere. I found that the best way to deal with this was to either take small jumps when you're close to the ground, or jump between tops of platforms like the trees, where you're likely to always be able to land on something. The weirdest thing to me about Fudo Myo Oden is that it was developed by Tosei. I think this is the best game that they've made so far. I'd go so far as to say that this game's halfway decent. I'd rather I didn't have enemies landing on my head all the time, but there's infinite continues and a password system. I think this is the largest straight-up action game we've seen on the Famicom so far. It's got 13 enormous stages, some really great graphics, and I think the music's great. If the way that the monsters came in was just very slightly better, I think Fudo Myo Oden would be an all-time classic. As it stands, it's solid, but it might also be a little bit frustrating. If there's one thing I love, it's when the Famicom gets weird. Fleet Commander continues our recent string of war games, and you might think that this game is based on World War II. But au contraire, mon frère. It's actually about a war between Imperial Proton setting out from their harbors at Yashima, Ubihama, and Shinkawa, fighting a naval war against United Algon. The island of Moana lies midway between them, and that's where United Algol ships like the Indianapolis and the Missouri will clash with Proton ships like the Yamamoto. It's like ASCII wanted to make a game about the Battle of Midway, but couldn't get the license. And nobody seems to know why they plastered this very thin set of fictional countries on top of it either. There is exactly one scenario in Fleet Commander, and you always have the same goal. You always play as Proton, and your goal is to destroy enough of Algol's ships. Conceptually, the game is pretty simple. You choose one of your ships to move, and decide where you want to move it. Then the other side does. Repeat that until you're out of vehicles. Moving your ships is actually a bit annoying, since the cursor won't move through other ships. You have a fixed radius that you can move, but you have to go around things. And that includes aircraft and submerged submarines. The primary gameplay element of Fleet Commander is the fog of war. When you set out, you don't know where the enemy fleet is or where they're going. And so the early game, roughly the first 40 minutes, is just trying to find the enemy fleet. And the best tool for that are your aircraft. Aircraft have a high movement but limited fuel, and they have to return to a carrier or an airstrip to get refilled. If you don't have a unit in the area to spot the enemies, they don't show up on the map. However, Fleet Commander came in this big box that happened to include a giant map. It also had a bunch of plastic ships so that you could mark positions on the map. While you're playing the game, though, these are totally unnecessary. Once you've spotted the enemy fleet, you're not going to lose track of them. Combat between units is two-way. When you choose to attack someone, they also get to attack you. I feel that Fleet Commander puts too much weight on the battleships instead of the aircraft carriers, which, now that I think about it, was the exact same mistake Japan made at the Battle of Midway. Battleships are more dramatic for war games since the image of two giant ships slugging it out is kind of cool. But once you introduce aircraft carriers, everything changes. And in Fleet Commander, it feels like aircraft carriers are supporting units. You have one submarine. It can travel submerged for 2 turns, but if it doesn't surface after 2 turns, then they run out of air. While I lost my game of Fleet Commander, I also feel like the AI was not really showing me that it was skilled. It felt like it was following a path and just moving the maximum distance possible. It also feels like positioning doesn't matter much in Fleet Commander. Your ships can't rotate, so it's not like you have to line up a shot with all your guns. One more thing about Fleet Commander. You can save the game in progress, but only if you have ASCII's turbo file peripheral. Fleet Commander feels weirdly shallow, and that wouldn't be bad. A more simple war game that gets you into the action fast and has a lot of scenarios that you can play out could be good. In fact, Nintendo is going to release just that about 4 months from this point. Fleet Commander just doesn't do enough. With only one scenario that you can play, and you can only play as one side, there has to be greater variety. ASCII improved on this a little bit when they re-released Fleet Commander on the Game Boy. There it's called Fleet Commander Versus because it has a 2-player mode. The Fog of War is a neat concept since it replicates one of the major features of the Pacific War, but the game is so small that it doesn't really matter. Fleet Commander is a neat idea that I could see somebody enjoying playing once or twice, but it's not going to hold anyone's attention very long. Don't be fooled by Bebop High School's presentation. It might look like an RPG, but it's actually an adventure game. Well, kind of. You do get into fights, and you do have hit points, but everything is resolved based on one stat: luck. That's not a whole lot to hang an RPG label on. Bebop High School was one of the definitive punk teenager properties of the 1980s. That time when Japan had a moral panic because some kids would want to hang out instead of study. Bebop High School started out as a comic, but it quickly became a popular television show and series of movies. It's about the daily misadventures of Toru Nakama and Hiroshi Kato. The actual goal of the game is pretty vague. You ditch school and you get into comedic misadventures. There's a clock that's constantly ticking, and eventually night will fall and you'll have to go to sleep. If you can complete all of your tasks within 7 days, then you get the best ending. But really the only way you can do that is to know it all in advance, or follow along with a guide. You can play as either Toru or Hiroshi. The difference between them is that Hiroshi has one fewer day in his time limit. As you wander around the city streets, you'll see other people, and you can bump into them to start an encounter. There are a lot of options for how to deal with people, and what you get is dependent upon who you met. Usually you always have the options to say something to them, to hear what they have to say, or to leave, but you could also threaten somebody, plead with them, or perhaps ask them out on a date to a coffee shop. You can also choose to fight other punks. The results of that depend totally on your luck. Similarly, if you go to a location, you'll have options to explore that location, or examine things, or interact with objects in the area. The strangest thing in Bebop High School is how you have to manage your luck. Once a day you can visit this shrine which is by your house. While there you pray, and that can increase your luck. It could also make it go down, and if something goes really wrong you could wind up talking to the priest. You need your luck to be very high in order to make any progress in the game. The best thing you can do is save your game at your house to the one save slot the game has, then try praying at the shrine. If you get high luck, then you keep going, otherwise reset and retry. Your luck declines when a new day passes, so you always have to go back to the shrine to refresh it. When you start the game, the truant officers will prevent you from getting very far. What you'll have to do is use this phone booth to call the police and make a fake threat. They'll drive off to deal with that and let you explore the rest of the game world. After that, you can get into some fights with a rival school, or steal some signs you find around town, or just hang out and play pachinko. Bebop High School is a comedic game, though I can't say I really found it to be that funny. I'm sure a lot of it was just being lost in translation here. I had some real trouble figuring out how to make progress in this game. I spent a lot of time just figuring out how to get rid of the police. As far as I can tell, in Japan, people generally liked Bebop High School, though it's not especially well remembered. And I can kind of get that. It feels like a middle ground game that would appeal primarily to fans of the comic and TV show, but doesn't really have a whole lot to offer anyone else. Olympus no Tatakai gives me a few mysteries. Top of that list is, when was it released? Wikipedia has it at March 28th, but my Japanese reference books place it at March 31st. And naturally, nobody offers a citation on this one. Since I have encountered a lot of dating errors on Wikipedia, some from transposed numbers, some from copying incorrect sources, in the absence of any other information, I have to assume that the books are correct. The other question is, who is Wavejack Jr.? Every source I have lists Imagineer as the publisher of Olympus no Tatakai, but there's Wavejack Jr. on the box, and I can't find anything on them. Olympus no Tatakai was developed by Infinity, and it's the first game that we've seen by them. They seem to be a pretty small software house that focused on porting US computer games to the Japanese market, though in the mid-2000s they did create some original titles. The story of the game is that Orpheus lived in a village in Bronze Age Greece with his love, Helen of Troy. One day, Helen was bit by a poisonous snake and died, and Orpheus was grief-stricken. The goddess Aphrodite appeared to him and told him that he could recover Helen from the underworld. The game has a subtitle in Japan, Ai no Densetsu, or Legend of Love. It definitely relates back to the game's story, though I'm not sure how much the gameplay really has to do with love. The gameplay itself is the Famicom's favorite genre, side-scrolling action-adventure. You start out armed with just a club, and you set out from your home village walking through a forest, and these blobs just drop on you. And here's where we run into the first problem with Olympus no Tatakai. There's a bad tendency to throw enemies at you that you can't hit. Although these are the first enemies you encounter, you can't crouch and strike them. You have to catch them when they jump, or catch them as they fall. Keep exploring and you'll find the first boss, and then the Temple of Zeus. Zeus is where we encounter another weird problem. To talk to gods and interact with a few other objects, you have to kneel before them and then hit A. Zeus doesn't do anything for you except let the other gods know that you're coming. So he has to be your first stop, but you don't really get anything for it. After that, it's off to Athens to meet Athena. She'll give you a shield. You had a shield before, but it didn't do anything. Now you can block ranged attacks. Except the way that ranged attacks come at you, it's really tough to block them. Especially with the boss that follows getting the shield. This Lamia's arrows go right over the shield and into your head. The best thing you can do is just run up close and swat at her. With the Snake Woman defeated, you'll rescue a kidnapped child, and that will get you a new club. It hits harder, assuming you remember to equip it like I failed to. I got it on eventually. Then after you defeat the next boss, you learn how to shoot fireballs from your club. And that's as far as I got. I reached a point in the game where I'd have to grind up currency, which is olives in this game. You lose half your olives whenever you die, and healing is extremely rare. You can refresh yourself at a fountain, which are only in a few spots, or you can recover a tiny sliver of health by having an enemy drop a laurel. The result of all of this is I would have to spend probably the next 30 minutes grinding in order to continue in the game. And I'm sure I would die a few times in that process. Enemies have a bad tendency to park right on top of you and just bleed your life away. You can't hit anybody who's on top of you, and the enemy will keep pace with you, and so there's very little you can do except try to get away. Olympus no Tatakai had a re-release eventually. It was ported to the Game Boy with a few changes to make it more difficult. Personally, I don't think they needed to make it any harder, but someone must have. Olympus no Tatakai strikes me as a perfectly fine game. It doesn't do anything wrong, it's just also nothing really special. It follows the structure of the action-adventure game exactly as we've seen it before, right down to the password continue system. If the genre wasn't so overcrowded on the Famicom, maybe it would stand out more. In Japan, it's barely remembered at all, basically only showing up in places that list Famicom games. For the eternal question of would I play it again, yeah I would. It's just, it wouldn't be my first, second, 3rd, 10th, 20th choice. It's an average game whose most notable feature is its unique setting. It might not be good enough to draw fans, but it's also not bad enough to draw hatred.
Aspic is a bit of a strange one. This is one of those games where it feels like they crammed every single idea that they had into one single game, and then they struggled to implement any of those ideas. Aspic, of course, is a type of gelatin dish that primarily features meat, so I don't know why they named this game after that. It's actually a sequel, though we haven't seen the original game. That first game was called Lizard, and it was a pretty standard dungeon crawler, though as a Japanese RPG published in 1984, it was one of the very first ones available there. For the sequel in 1986, developer Crystalsoft, the X is supposed to be read as cross, and then that's supposed to be crystal, Crystalsoft removed the turn-based combat and replaced it with a kind of fighting game system. Every time Crystalsoft ported the game, they made significant revisions to it, tweaking the world and game systems as they went. This disk system version is the last release, and it has the subtitle Majao no Noroi, or Curse of the Serpent King. The Serpent King is the aspect of the title, and the plot of the game is after the knight returned from his quest in the first game, he found out that it wasn't necessary to go on it in the first place, because someone picked up the princess that he was trying to cure and had taken care of her already. Except that guy only cured the princess so that she could marry Aspic. When you start the game, you're just outside of this castle, and if you go inside, you can talk to a bunch of people. Anyone you can talk to has about a 20-character limit on their dialogue, so you're not going to get a whole lot of deep conversations here. But despite that limitation, Crystalsoft tried to put in a stronger story, though 90% of it exists in the ending cutscene. Walking around outside of the castle, and you'll find two different kinds of encounters. Farmers, who you can talk to, and fighters, who you could talk to or fight. The game is divided up into roughly 4 different regions, and the area around the castle doesn't have any proper enemies. If you talk to the swordsmen, then you can recruit them to your party. You can have up to 3 party members traveling with you, and for almost the entirety of the game, they're going to be these swordsmen. Pressing select while you're walking around will bring up a menu, and the options here are Pass, which closes the menu, Tools, which allows you to use something from your inventory, Split, which will let you expel a member of your party. The usual reason to do this is because they died and you want to replace them with someone new. Then there are the 2 save functions, Memory Save and Just Save. Memory Save is an option that was already a bit out of fashion by 1988, but it is useful here. It writes the current save to RAM. In other words, if you die and choose to continue, it'll continue your previous save, and if it was a memory save, that only takes a couple of moments to bring up. However, this save goes away if you turn off the power. Choosing the option that's Save by itself writes the save game data to floppy, but the process takes longer, and it might involve you flipping the disk depending on where you're at in the game. Once you leave the human lands, then you can start having random encounters with monsters. If you head south to the Water Kingdom when you set out, the monsters you'll find there are much easier than the ones in the Desert Kingdom to the west, and the final region of the game isn't accessible yet. Whenever you encounter anybody in this game, person or monster, you're given 3 options: fight, talk, or run away. If you choose to fight, and you have encountered something that you can fight, then combat begins. First you have to choose which member of your party will fight, and then you get a side view of the action. Here, hitting A will swing your sword, B will cast a spell if you have magic, and up will make you jump. Magic costs 3 magic points, and only the hero gets magic. There's only one spell, a lightning wave that shoots out straight across the screen. it has a useful side effect that it also stops enemy spells. You start with no magic, and that's a major problem because it costs magic points to heal. You don't cast healing spells, instead you have to find one of these pools in the human land, and when you walk on it, 2 magic points go away, and you get back some health. To get those magic points, you have to defeat an enemy that has magic, and whatever magic they haven't used gets sucked up into your hero. Combat is a bit of a mess. A lot of it comes down to which side can pin the other one down first. Enemies can run away from combat, which of course means you don't get anything all for that battle. And if you haven't tried and failed to run away, you can try to run away by pressing against the left-hand side of the screen. You can also swap out who you're fighting with. That can be useful because whoever gets the killing blow also gets 50% of the experience. So a useful plan, especially when you're starting out, is to have your meat shields beat on some enemies, and then when they get weak, switch back to the hero to finish them off. You don't really level up in this game, or change equipment. You get stronger by earning 255 experience. Get any more and it rolls back over to 0, and your attack power goes up by 1 point. The only thing you can get from combat is magic and experience, no money. And that becomes a problem because money is the other way that you progress and heal, but not by buying items. Instead, you have to go to one of 2 temples that are located in the human lands, and there are priests inside that you can pay 10 gold to, and they'll raise your maximum HP or maximum MP, and in the process of doing that, they will refill it. You can also repay to revive one of your followers, but unless you've spent a lot of time leveling them up, it's probably better to just dump them and get someone new. The only way to get money in Aspect is to collect treasure chests, and treasure chests are only found in dungeons. Dungeons are explored from a first-person perspective, and you'll notice that you can spot enemies as you walk around them, though I had absolutely no luck dodging any of them. One strange quirk of the dungeons is that they have no stairs. Instead, you'll find holes in the floors and ceilings. If you're standing on top of a hole, then you have about half a second before you fall through it. Don't worry, there's no fall damage. If there's a hole in the ceiling above you, then you can hit the A button to jump up, and then fall right back down unless you move. It is one of the strangest ways of navigating a dungeon that I think I've ever seen. There is a way to cheat the combat in the game. With a second player controller, you have some measure of control over the enemies. It's not total. It's more like the second player's inputs overlap with the automatic AI inputs. That can still make combat a lot easier for you when you're starting out. And that's the way the game works out. You have to explore the dungeons to get those starting resources that you need, but going through dungeons is extremely dangerous. You will need to rely on that memory save function a lot to get over that starting hump. It's also going to take you a long time to grind up your attack stat. If you don't, the later enemies are just going to chew through you. The few Japanese players who know about Aspect all seem to despise it. People seem to remember it for 2 things: being a top-tier bad game, and the twist ending. I found Aspect to be one of those games that's fascinatingly bad. You'll have to have a ton of patience if you want to try it out. Everything is slow and pokey. You could easily spend 10 minutes having random encounters with farmers before you find a team to recruit. And honestly, the dungeon design is not very good. So even if you're a fan of dungeon crawlers, you're not getting what you want out of this game. Aspect just doesn't work. But it doesn't work in a way that winds up being very memorable.